of Court of Appeal, presiding over this court, sitting alongside the Honorable Justice is Mr. Joel Johnson, from Counsel of the Director of Public Prosecution, and Ms. Sonia Lowe, Senior Attorney. King versus Adam Eden, CBI number 16 of 2020. Thank you. Could I have the appearances, please?
My Lord, Honorable Assessors, my name is Jadine Dougherty, and with me is Counsel Davian Bader, appearing on behalf of the prosecution. With us, instructing counsel, Alison Samuda and Oren Palmer. Representing the accused, Adam Eden, our counsel, Ms. Mona Boyle, Ms. Tamika McPhee, and they're instructed by Ms. Patria Gardner and Mr. Aaron Wilson.
Thank you. Bailiff, the defendant has been arraigned on the voluntary bill. Is that a plea? There's the defendant. Adam, yeah. Sorry. Involving offense. Indecent assault, contrary to section 1718 of the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 99. Read the particulars of the event. You could read the particulars. Adam Eden, on January 14, 2024, at Nassau, New Providence, did indecently assaulted a female, namely Eve Paradise. Thank you. You may have a seat. Is there be an opening statement?
May it so please you, my Lord, Honorable Assessors. With your leave, I will begin with my opening address to the jury.
You may proceed.
Much obliged, my Lord. Good afternoon, members of the jury. The case before the court today is the King versus Adam Eden, who is charged with indecent assault, contrary to Section 17 of the Sexual Offences Act of Bahamas. Members of the jury, I am confident you know the story of a wolf in sheep's clothing. A farmer had control of his flock. He was very careful in watching over them. There were guard dogs to keep them safe, and there were also fences to ensure their safety. In fact, there were wolves circling outside who could not get in because everyone knew rather, their true nature. They were predators. But there was this one wolf with a calculated plan. And you know what that wolf did? He disguised himself in sheep's clothing. And when everyone let their guards down, he pounced. Members of the jury, it is the prosecution's case that on January 14, 2024, there was a wolf in sheep's clothing, Adam Eden. Members of the jury, he disguised himself in politeness, wrapped as a gentleman, and on that day, he pounced. Madam Foreman and the members of the jury, before I go any further, I'd like to thank you for your service here today. At this point, you may be sitting there wondering, what is my role? Why am I here? Well, it is your duty to listen carefully to the evidence you hear today. Listen to what the witnesses say from the witness box to decide what really happened on January 14, 2024. Now, how will you determine this? It's simple. Trust your judgment. Apply your common sense, watch their body language, and ask yourself a few questions. Does this make sense? Is the math mathing? Do I believe them? So when the five of you come together in the jury room, you use everything you see and hear today to come to your verdict of guilty or not guilty. Members of the jury, since you are the judges of the facts, you may be wondering what is His Lordship's duty today. Well, His Lordship, Justice Bernard Turner, is the judge of the law. It is his duty to direct us on the legal matters in relation to this case. Think of a football match. His Lordship is like the referee. He doesn't take sides. It is his duty to ensure that everyone follow the rules and keep the game fair. So we're not saying today is a game in any way, shape, or form. What I'm simply saying is that he applies the law, makes rulings, and he will direct you at the end of the trial as to the law in this matter. Members of the jury, you must accept the judge's law in this matter. So that leads me to our role as the prosecution. We have brought the accused here today, and as such, it is our duty to present the evidence fairly. It is our duty to enable you to be sure that he is guilty of indecent assault. Members of the jury, if you are not sure, you must find him not guilty. So, Madam Foreman and members of the jury, you've been hearing me say over and over about indecent assault. So, what is indecent assault? I will explain it to you. Subject, of course, to His Lordship's directions. There are three things that we, the prosecution, must prove to you. Firstly, we must prove that the accused intentionally assaulted the complainant. So, if someone says no, if someone says to stop, that is not consent. Secondly, members of the jury, we must prove to you that the accused, in assaulting her, touched the complainant in an indecent manner. So when a man grabs or touches a woman's chest, that is indecent. And lastly, members of the jury, we are to prove to you that that indecent assault, the accused intended to commit it. So what's intention? It means it was not an accident. So let me give you an example. If you are walking on the street and you're in a crowded area and someone brushes against your chest, whoopsie, made an oopsie, that's an accident, not intentional. However, if someone goes into your bedroom uninvited, without your consent, pulls you down on the bed and touches your chest area and tries to put their hands under your clothes, that is indecent assault. Members of the jury, the prosecution's case is that the accused and Miss Paradise, the complainant in this case, who we will call as our first witness, were known to each other in her past life when she worked as a bartender at Checkers Strip Club. Fast forward to almost 2 years later, you will hear that Miss Paradise spoke about her changing life and going to church. Eve, unaware of the accused's intentions, which we will come to later on, invited both him and his girlfriend to her church. 3 days later, on Sunday, January 14, 2024, Adam showed up alone. He chose to go to Eve's church by himself without his girlfriend. At the end of the service, he chose to invite himself on Eve's walk home. And when they finally got to Eve's apartment, he chose to ask Eve to use her bathroom. Members of the jury, that is how the accused got into the apartment. You will hear that he entered her bedroom without her consent, forcefully kissed her, and grabbed her, squeezed her chest without her consent. Members of the jury, when she managed to get from under him, she had the courage. She walked straight to the police station that day, the Nassau police station, and made a report to Corporal Floyd Brown, who we will call as our first, or second rather, and final witness to prove our case. Members of the jury, you will also learn that Adam chose to stay away from his apartment for 10 days. When Corporal Floyd Brown finally caught him, you know what Adam chose to do, members of the jury? He chose to run. Now you have a choice, a very important choice today. If, after hearing all the evidence, you are sure that the accused has indecently assaulted Eve Paradise, then you must find him guilty. Members of the jury, Eve Paradise, a woman who extended kindness, the woman who did not see the wolf in sheep's clothing until it was too late. Members of the jury, Eve chose kindness, and kindness is not consent. May it so please you, members of the jury, my lord and honorable assessors, with your leave, the prosecution will now call our first witness to the witness box, Miss Eve Paradise.
You may call your first witness.
Grateful, my lord. My lord, the witness has been sworn, and with your leave, I'll proceed with the examination in chief for Miss Paradise.
You may do so.
Grateful. Good afternoon, Miss Paradise. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eve Paradise.
Where do you live?
I live on Gratisemi Street, the first building, the 10th apartment.
How many buildings were on that street, Miss Paradise?
There was about 8 buildings on our street.
What is your occupation?
I'm a boutique owner.
Where did you last work?
I last work at a nightclub,
What is the name of the nightclub?
Checkers nightclub.
How long were you working at Checkers?
I worked there for approximately 3 months.
What did you do at Checkers, Miss Paradise?
I was a bartender.
Why did you stop working at Checkers?
I stopped working at Checkers because the employer was stealing my tips.
You are
Objection, Lord. My learned counsel is leading the witness.
Counsel is objected to your questions.
My lord, earlier the witness responded to my question as to what is her occupation, and she stated she's a boutique owner. Therefore, my question of when she worked at Checkers, she answered, her response was that it was just for 3 months.
You may proceed.
Very well, my lord. Miss Paradise, when did you open up your business, your boutique?
I opened my business in July of 2022.
And how was your business doing?
I would say my business is doing very well.
Why do you say your business is doing very well?
I was making $3,600 grossly.
What do you think accounts for your business doing very well?
Well, I've turned myself around to God. I've got myself baptized. And I think with the grace of God, He's given me all of this.
Do you recall January 11, 2024, Miss Paradise?
Yes, I do.
Did anything in relation to this case happen on that day?
Yes.
What happened?
On that day, a young man and a young woman, they walked in the store. I subsequently came to know that they were a couple. And that was the accused.
Did you know this couple before that day?
No.
The accused, you said earlier, what is his name?
Adam Eden.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Objection, my lord. My learned friend has not laid the proper foundation in identifying the accused.
My lord, the last question that was asked was, do you see him in the courtroom today? My intention is for the witness to answer if she saw Adam Eden in the courtroom today.
But the objection is that you have not laid proper foundation for her to do that.
Oh.
Have you laid that foundation?
My lord, that is my intention. That's where I'm headed, to lay that foundation, my lord. She was the one who responded that she saw the accused. I asked her what was the name of the accused. And as such, I'm trying to allow for her to point out Adam Eden so I can make it clear that he is the accused in this matter. With your leave, my lord.
Here a bit more of the objection. Counsel has submitted that, may have, counsel has submitted that it's laying the foundation for the identification. Sorry, no,
My lord, I know that counsel is attempting to lay the proper foundation. However, there were some elements that were missed in identifying. The dog identification, my lord.
sorry.
My lord, I am in the process of laying the foundation. the witness had stated in her evidence here today that, well, she mentioned it in her evidence, the accused. So I am trying to lay the proper foundation to clarify who the accused is in this matter, my lord.
Counsel has specified and in particular has indicated that what you're attempting to do is a dock identification. Firstly, is this in substance a dock identification? Was an identification parade conducted in relation to this matter, or do the
No, my lord.
circumstances not require one? What is your submissions in relation to this issue of dock identification?
My lord, identification is not an issue in this case. And this is not a dock identification.
Thank you. Defense counsel. Counsel has indicated that in relation to this matter. Thank you. May I have a seat. Defense counsel, that this is not identification is not an issue in relation to this matter. Is that in fact so?
My lord, excuse me, my lord, this was not something that was discussed to be dispensed with by my learned friend. And basically based on the Kernville principles. This is why I said that the dock identification was necessary.
Thank you. Ms. Doherty, if you can lay more foundation in relation to the issue as to the means by which the witness is able to identify the defendant before you get to the point of asking her to point out in court the defendant. So you may proceed, but before you can ask her to point out that anyone in court, you would need to lay more of a foundation. Thank you.
Very well, my lord. Grateful. Miss Paradise, did you know Adam Eden before that day in the boutique?
No, I did not.
If you were to see him today, how would you be able to identify him?
I can identify him.
Objection, my lord. Again, I am not sure if my learned friend knows the procedure that we follow here in laying the proper foundation in identifying an accused.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Doherty.
Much obliged, my
You
lord.
just asked
My
a
lord,
question, then you went back to the same point, didn't you?
my lord, in the circumstances, the accused was identified at the police station, and in those circumstances.
We haven't gotten to that as yet, have we?
No,
So perhaps before you get to the point of having to identify it, if you can lay more of that foundation so that we can get to the point of proper identification. Thank you.
Very well, my lord. My lord, may time be suspended for me to consult with my co-counsel?
I'll spend time for a few moments. Thank you.
Very well, my lord, much obliged.
Dementia, I thought, in my family set up was 11. So when, like if the defense raised an objection, I thought that's instruction I received. Would you want me to continue until we are? I did ask that.
My pen.
My lord, with your leave, I would like to request just a few more minutes, about 5 minutes, if. Very well, my lord. Grateful. Good one.
defense raised? Prosecution. Defense. The 2 minutes are up. You ready now? Issues in relation to the question of the objection raised by counsel for the defense.
My lord, it is our submission that my lord, it is our submission that the complainant was very well acquainted with the accused. And as such, she is able to recognize him from the dock, my lord. She interacted with him several times, or submission, lord.
This issue that she had at that point.
Familiar.
Of the evidence that she'd seen him before.
What was that, my lord?
What did she say about the evidence as to whether she had seen him before at that point? To with point for evidence.
She said she didn't know him before that point, my lord.
Based on the evidence as the precedent stands, I won't permit the identification. Do we continue with the evidence and we see where we should continue, please?
Very well, my lord, much obliged. Miss Sampson. Miss Paradise, apology. What happened when Mr. Adam came into the boutique that day?
He was at the counter. He came to buy lashes and hair extension for his girlfriend. At the counter, he was staring at me, and I asked him if all was well.
Did he respond to this, Miss Paradise?
Yes, he did. He asked me the question. Well, he told me that I have a knowing face.
Please continue.
And then I said that I do not know him.
What happened after he told you?
He started making
Objection, my lord. Counsel is leading the witness.
Started, you could ask the question on fashion. That's what happened.
Mhm.
Just that something happened, so you didn't need an amount.
Much obliged, my lord. Miss Paradise, what, if anything, happened after that?
He started making casual conversations with me.
What were these casual conversations about?
Well, I was talking about my church and what God did for me and how he helped me with the business and, all of that. And I was telling him about the upcoming Sunday mass that I had to attend.
Do you recall Sunday, January 14, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Where were you that morning?
I was at church.
What time did church start?
It started at 10 in the morning.
What time did it end?
It ended at 3 in the afternoon.
What happened after what, if anything, happened after the church service ended?
After the church service ended, as usual, I went to greet all the members of the church. We shake hands, we greeted each other. And then I saw the same young man from the store. He walked up to me. He greeted me and he thanked me for inviting him to come to the mass. And he said that he enjoyed the service.
Miss Paradise, what, if anything, happened after that?
After that, I was turning to head home and he stopped me and he said he was going in the same direction and he asked if he could walk with me home.
Did he walk with you home, Miss Paradise?
Yes, he did.
How far was this walk home?
My apartment is a 20 minutes walk away from the church.
Can you describe to the court what, if anything, happened during that 20-minute walk to your apartment?
During that 20-minute walk, we were chatting about the church service and how beautiful it was. And then he suddenly asked me a very shocking question that, well, he told me something then that was very shocking to me. He told me that he remembered me from Checkers Strip Club, that I worked there.
And at that point, how did you respond to this?
At that point, I then suddenly remembered him. I remember speaking to him when he came to the bar.
Miss Paradise, do you see that man, Mr. Adam Eden, in the courtroom today?
Yes, I see him in the dock.
May it so please you, my lord, and honorable assessors, the witness has identified the
Objection, my
accused.
lord. Again, my learned friend is not laying the proper foundation. However, my lord, if counsel wishes to continue with an application seeking leave to dispense with the dock identification,
If the witness has identified, without apparent objection at that point,
Okay.
in the circumstances. Witness
Okay.
having already identified the defendant.
okay,
We continue.
I'm guided, my lord.
Much obliged, my lord. Miss Paradise, what happened when you got to the apartment, if anything happened?
When I reached to the apartment, he asked me if he could use my washroom.
Did you allow him to use your washroom?
Yes, at the time, I did allow him to use my washroom.
And this washroom was inside your apartment?
Yes, it was inside my apartment.
Can you describe the position of the bathroom in relation to your apartment?
My apartment is very small, so the washroom is at the back of the apartment, right opposite the bedroom.
What, if anything, happened next, Miss Paradise?
When I got into the apartment, I went straight to my room. I took off my church heel and I put on my bedroom slipper. I was not expecting him to enter my bedroom when he finished using the washroom, so I was in great fear when I saw him enter my bedroom.
What, if anything, happened next?
I asked him to exit the bedroom because I was scared in that moment.
Did he exit
No,
at
he
that
did
point?
not.
How did you respond to this when he entered into your bedroom?
I was shocked. I immediately told him to get out, but he did not, so I was in fear.
Miss Paradise, can you tell us everything that happened in that apartment, if
As-
anything happened?
Yes. As soon as that happened, he came and he pushed me onto the bed. He was on top of me. He held my hands up and he started kissing me. And he took his left hands and started rubbing and played my chest area. At that point, I told him no and to stop, but he didn't.
Miss Paradise, what were you wearing that day?
I was wearing a long, flowy dress.
After you told him to stop, what, if anything, happened next?
He did not stop. He actually started laughing.
Please continue.
And then he just kept rubbing his body on top of me. I'm so sorry. This is very difficult for me to recall. Can you give me a moment?
Miss Paradise, take your time.
At that moment, he was on top of me. He tried to put his hand to my lower body, but he was unable to do so because I was moving a lot and I was kicking. And then finally, I escaped from him holding my hands down and I got loose and I got up. And
Miss
he-
Paradise, at any time, did you consent to what Adam did to you in that apartment?
No, I did not consent.
What did you do after that?
After that, I got up.
Objection, my lord. My learned friend is leading the witness.
My lord, I will rephrase the question. Miss Paradise, what, if anything, happened next?
After that, I got up and then he was laughing at me and he said, "A leopard never changes its color." And it was something that stuck with me to this day.
What, if anything, happened next, Miss Paradise?
He then got up, he left the apartment, and then I collapsed on the floor and I was crying. I can't remember for how long, but I would say about 10 minutes.
After you were crying for about 10 minutes or so, what, if anything, happened next?
I decided to get up, I went to shower, I changed off my church clothes, and I decided it was time to make a report to the police station. So I went and made a report.
Where did you go to make this report? Which police station, Miss Paradise?
I went to the police station that was 10 minutes away from me.
Which police station is that?
At this moment, I can't remember the police station's name, but it was in Nassau.
Very well. Miss Paradise, at that station, did you speak to anyone?
Yes, I immediately went to female Constable Green and Brown, and I made a report. Constable Green then took me to Princess Margaret Hospital, and I was examined by a doctor.
Was there any communication with Corporal Brown after this?
Yes, in 10 days, he contacted me back, and he invited me to the police station.
Did you go to the police station at this point?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you got to the station?
Objection,
If
my lord.
anything happened?
When I went to the police station, I saw Adam. He was sitting there.
What, if anything, did Adam say or do at that point?
Well, when I got to the police station, I pointed towards him and I told the constable that the constable, that this is the man that indecently assaulted me. And he said that no, I was lying, that I was the one that invited him to my apartment. I was the one that assaulted him, and I was the one that asked for money. And when he said no, I said I would report him.
Miss Paradise, what, if anything, happened after that?
After that, I told the police that he was the one that was lying.
Which police did you tell this to, Miss Paradise?
Brown.
May it so please you, Madam Foreman, members of the jury. May it so please you, my lord, and honorable assessors. I have no further questions for this witness at this time. Miss Paradise, please remain in the witness box. My learned friends may have some questions for you. Very well.
Yes, my lord. My lord, may the defense proceed with its cross-examination of the witness. Thank you, my lord. Good afternoon, Ms. Paradise.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you. On the 11th of January, 2024, when Mr. Eden and his girlfriend visited your boutique, did he make you feel uncomfortable?
No, he did not.
Thank you. Were you uncomfortable when Mr. Eden stared at you and said that you look familiar?
No, I did not.
Eventually, you found out you were familiar with each other from Checkers, correct?
Correct.
You stated that you were a bartender at Checkers, correct?
Correct.
How many times have you served Mr. Eden during your time at Checkers?
I can't account for the exact amount of time, but he was a frequent customer.
He was frequent. Just give me like a number.
It would be impossible to give a number, but I would estimate about 20 to 30 times.
Okay. Has Mr. Eden ever told you he liked you
No, he
during your
did not.
time in serving him?
No, he did not.
Has he ever flirted with you during
No,
the
he did
3
not.
months? Has he ever touched you inappropriately during those 3 months?
No, he did not.
So you would agree with me that the relationship between you and Mr. Eden was totally professional.
Yes.
Would you also agree with me that you have communicated with Mr. Eden on numerous occasions at Checkers?
At Checkers, yes.
So would you say that Mr. Eden was a stranger to you?
Yes, he was a stranger to me.
Miss Paradise, I put it to you that you recognize Mr. Eden the very day he entered your boutique with his girlfriend.
At that moment, I did not recognize him.
I also put it to you that during your employment at Checkers, you had a liking for Mr. Eden.
No.
Miss Paradise, when you were younger, you hustled to care for yourself and your siblings, correct?
Correct.
So you knew how to hustle to make ends meet, correct?
I was a hard worker, yes.
And you would do anything to make sure your bills are paid, correct?
I would not do anything.
Have you ever testified in church about your past hardship and how God had transformed you?
Yes, I spoke to everyone
Okay.
about my transformation.
Okay, so you would agree that everyone knows about your life story.
Yes.
Ms. Paradise, I put it to you that the life story you testified in church at Checkers was more than you bartending to make money.
That is not true.
You also stated in your evidence that your boutique is successful, correct?
Correct.
And you make about $3,600 a month, correct?
That is correct.
And are sales increasing?
Yes, from the time I started the business to now,
Thank
sales
you.
are increasing.
And your boutique rent is $1,200 a month.
Correct.
And your apartment rent is $1,200, correct?
My apartment rent is $1,200.
Okay, so you have like about $1,200 left from the $3,600 in gross sales.
Correct.
Do you have employees working with you?
I do not.
Do you plan to expand your business or boutique?
I do plan on extending.
But you would agree with me that you do not have the money to expand your business at this time, correct?
I do not at this time.
And you would agree with me that the $1,200 left could not sustain you.
It
So yes or no?
can sustain me.
It can?
Yes, it can.
Ms. Paradise, I put it to you that your boutique was not doing very well.
It was not doing well.
And I further put it to you that since your boutique was not doing well, you had to hustle as a bartender.
No, I worked as a bartender previously. I do not now.
I also put it to you that the $1,200 was not enough to purchase the merchandise in your store nor pay for your expenses.
It was not. I was planning on raising the prices of my current stocks.
Thank you, Miss Paradise. So, Miss Paradise, tell me, was Checkers your dream job or was it just for you to make some money?
It was just a part-time job.
So you would agree with me that you are good at customer service at Checkers?
I am a people person, so yes,
And your good customer service made you tips, didn't it?
it did.
How much did you earn in tips a day?
I would say about $200 in tips per day.
Did Mr. Eden ever tip you for the service you did for him at the bar?
He would often tip, yes.
And you would agree that the money you made from Checkers helped to open up the boutique that you have, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that working at Checkers was a dark period in your life?
It was indeed a dark period in my life.
Miss Paradise, I put it to you that besides bartending, you strip to make money.
That is incorrect.
And that was the dark period in your life.
No, it was not.
I also put it to you that you allowed Mr. Eden to touch you all over many times, and he
That,
gave you money.
that is not true.
Earlier, you said you invited Mr. Eden and his girlfriend to visit your church, correct?
Correct.
And after church, did you hang up? When church was out, did you hang up?
Repeat the question.
When church dismissed that day, did you hang up? Did you stay around, linger and communicate with the?
Yes, the members of the church at the end, I did.
You would agree with me that you noted to Mr. Eden in the crowd after church was dismissed. Hail him. Yeah,
I did not.
you did not. Miss Paradise, I put it to you that you hailed or noted to Mr. Eden right after church was dismissed.
No, I did not.
My lord, the prosecution and defense had agreed that during the application for time to be stopped, with your leave, the defense relies on such application. Much obliged, my lord. Ms. Paradise, do you remember making or giving a statement in relation to this matter?
Yes, I did.
And how would you remember the statement, Ms. Paradise?
The process of going to the station, you mean?
No. Do you remember giving the police a statement in
Yes, I did.
relation to this matter?
Yes, I did.
How would you be able to recognize the statement?
It was written down.
Okay, so you would agree with me that you also signed the statement that you give in relation to this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. My lord, with your leave, I would like to show the witness a certain document. Prosecution, can you show the statement? Hmm? That. Yeah. Mhm.
Witness on the statement.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Paradise, do you see the document in the front of you?
Yes, I do.
Do you see your signature on that document?
No, I do not.
Turn to page 4. Eve Paradise. Is that your signature correct?
I do not see the signature.
Okay. Are you familiar with the content of the document?
Yes, I am.
Was it the content that you provided to the police? Take a moment to look at it.
Yes, it is.
So you would agree with me that this is your statement that you gave to the police?
This is my statement.
Okay, Ms. Paradise. Please turn to page 2. Paragraph 2, line 2.
Correct? I am seeing it.
You take the moment to read it?
Yes.
Okay. When you are done, please indicate to me.
I'm
Please
finished.
indicate to my lord that you're done.
I'm finished.
My lord, let the record reflect that the witness have identified the documents or the content in her statement. Much obliged, my lord. So, Ms. Paradise, earlier I asked you, would you agree with me that you noted or noticed Mr. Eden? Noted.
There is nowhere in her statement where she states that she killed the accused, my lord.
Yes, my lord. I asked the witness, would she agree with me that she noted Mr. Eden, noticed, and I used the word hail since she did not understand. She noted Mr. Eden in the crowd after church. When I used the word noted, she didn't understand, so I say hail. And she said no.
Is that an inconsistency? If she, you asked her whether she hailed, she
Noted,
didn't understand, but
Mhm.
if you use the word hail.
used the word.
What is inconsistent in statement between what is stated here and what she said that she did not hail?
Well, basically, she's denying that she noted the defendant, Mr. Eden, right after church was dismissed.
I won't permit the question. I don't see the inconsistency as between what is written here and what the witnesses said in the court.
I'm guided, my
she's
lord.
denied that she hailed. You may continue. Is there anything else you wanted to use the statement for?
That's
Thank
it, my
you.
lord.
If you could return
I'm
the statement,
guided.
please. You may continue, please.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Paradise, when you noticed Mr. Eden after the church service, you didn't see his girlfriend, correct?
I did not see her.
When Mr. Eden asked you to walk along with you, you still did not see his girlfriend, correct?
I did not.
But you still consented to walk with Mr. Eden, correct?
Correct.
I put it to you that you were happy that Mr. Eden's girlfriend did not show up to church that day.
That is not correct.
And it was the perfect opportunity for you to hustle Mr. Eden for money.
That is not correct either.
And you had plans to perform a private dance for Mr. Eden like you did at Checkers for money.
I was not a dancer at Checker, so no, I did not do that.
Miss Paradise, when Mr. Eden arrived at your home, he asked to use your washroom, correct?
Correct.
And you were comfortable in allowing Mr. Eden to use your washroom, correct?
It didn't occur to me that he would have
That's
done
a
that.
yes or no question, Miss Paradise.
I was comfortable for him to use it, yes.
Thank you. Were you threatened by Mr. Eden when you allowed him to use your washroom?
I was not threatened by him.
So you were comfortable when you went into the bedroom, leaving Mr. Eden to use your washroom, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ms. Paradise, early in your evidence, you stated that Mr. Eden in Checkers was a stranger to you, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
So you allowed a stranger to go into your apartment to use your restroom?
We had just come from church, so it didn't occur to me.
That's a yes or no.
Yes, I allowed him.
So, Ms. Paradise, you knew what you were doing when you allowed Mr. Eden to walk with you.
No, that was not my intention.
You were comfortable in preparing your bedroom to invite Mr. Eden for a private dance for money.
That is not correct.
I also put it to you, Miss Paradise, that you went into your bedroom to change from your slippers to seduce Mr. Eden for money.
That is not true. My shoe was tight.
Your shoe was tight, but earlier in your evidence, you said you changed to your slippers.
Yes, correct.
Which one is it, Miss Paradise?
My church shoe was tight. I had a long walk, so I took it off.
Why didn't you take it off in the living room when you allowed Mr. Eden to use your washroom?
I take off my shoe anywhere.
Because you were comfortable. I suggest to you that you were extremely comfortable, Miss Paradise.
No, I was not.
You allege that Mr. Eden entered your bedroom without consent, correct?
Correct.
But I put it to you, Miss Paradise, you invited Mr. Eden into your bedroom with consent.
That is not correct.
Earlier in your evidence, Miss Paradise, you stated that you live in a building where there are 8 building apartments, correct?
Correct.
So you do have neighbors.
I do have neighbors.
And you stated that Mr. Eden allegedly assaulted you,
Correct.
indecently assaulted you.
Correct.
Did you scream, Miss Paradise?
I could not scream. My voice wasn't coming out.
Miss Paradise, I put it to you that you could not scream because you were busy preparing yourself to seduce Mr. Eden.
That is not true.
I also put it to you, it was you who indecently assaulted Mr. Eden.
That is also incorrect.
And it was you who called Mr. Eden into your bedroom.
No,
And it was you who grabbed onto Mr. Eden by the shirt and pushed him on your bed.
I did not do that.
It was you who kissed Mr. Eden and asked him if he remembered the old club days.
No, I did not.
And it was you who told Mr. Eden, take it easy, I can do the work.
No, I did not.
Miss Paradise, I put it to you that Mr. Eden resisted your ungodly sexual advances by holding both of your wrists with his hand.
That is not what happened.
My Lord, if you may, permit me to have 5 more minutes to be done with my cross-examination.
5 more minutes,
Much obliged, my Lord.
and we'll keep you to that. Thank you. You may
Yes, my
continue.
Lord. And I also put it to you, Miss Paradise, that Mr. Eden, because he was trapped, he offered you money to let him go.
That is not true.
And the money hustler that you are said, yes, yes, please.
That is not what happened.
Miss Paradise, you cried and prayed for about 10 minutes or longer after the alleged indecent assault, correct?
Correct.
You also showered,
Correct.
changed your clothes, and you tidied up yourself.
Correct.
How long did you shower?
For about 10 minutes.
For about 10 minutes. Miss Paradise, I put it to you that you showered because you were still sexually excited after using Mr. Eden's hand to touch your breast and below that area.
That is not true.
And you wanted to cool down your passion, right?
That is not true.
And you only cried and prayed because you claimed to be transformed by God and was repenting of your sinful ways.
That is not true.
Miss Paradise, do you have a cell phone?
I do.
Did you call the police?
I did not call the police at the time. I was in shock.
And it took you about 10 minutes to walk to the station.
That's correct.
Miss Paradise, are you a Christian? You are
I
a
am.
Christian, correct?
Correct?
Are you familiar with the 10 commandments?
I am.
Do you obey them?
I do.
I put it to you that you are disobeying one of the 10 commandments today by lying to this honorable court.
I am not lying.
And you only showered and walked to the station to concoct a lie to tell the police about being indecently assaulted
That is not true.
because Mr. Eden did not give you the ching-ching that you wanted.
That is not true.
Now, on the 24th of January, 2024, you were called in by Corporal Brown to come into the station, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that Mr. Eden denied every allegation of indecently assaulting you, correct?
He did deny, yes.
Ms. Paradise, just one more question. Were you wearing those same heels at Checkers
No.
that day?
At Checkers?
Yeah, when you privately danced.
I do not privately dance.
Okay. My lord, I have no further questions for the witness.
Sorry.
My lord, may the witness be excused at this time?
Yes, witness is excused. You may step down.
Grateful, my lord.
Wadia?
Correct, my lord.
Correct. That's correct pronunciation.
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Wadia? Your next witness, please.
My Lord and honorable assessors, the prosecution now call our second witness, Corporal Floyd Brown.
Call the witness, please. I think that you will examine the witness. Thank you. The witness being sworn, you may continue, Mr. Porter.
Oblige, my Lord. Corporal Brown, can you state your name, rank, and station for the record?
Floyd Brown, Police Corporal, number 1234. I'm a member of the Royal Bahamas Police Station and stationed at the Nassau Street Police.
Corporal Brown, do you recall January 14, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at about 5 p.m. that day?
I was at the Nassau Street Police Station along with Constable Green.
What, if anything, happened around that time?
A woman came to the station and made a report of an incident that occurred at her apartment.
Who was this woman that reported this?
She later gave her name as Miss Eve Paradise.
Did you know this woman before, Corporal?
No, sir.
You said she made a report. In relation to what and by whom was this report?
She made a report of indecent assault, which was meted against her by one Adam Eden.
Corporal Brown, what, if anything, did you do after she made this report?
I took a statement from her and I gave Constable Green some instructions.
After you gave Constable Green instructions, what, if anything, did she do?
Constable Green took Miss Paradise to the Princess Margaret Hospital in a marked police vehicle, and I accompanied them in another police vehicle.
Did you arrive at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
What happened when you got there?
Constable Green took Miss Paradise in to be examined by Miss Mavis Welch.
And who was Miss Mavis Welch, Constable?
She is a doctor at Princess Margaret Hospital.
Where were you when this examination was?
I was in a room opposite the examination room in the hospital.
Do you recall January 15, 2025?
Yes, sir.
Did you go anywhere that day, Corporal?
Yes, sir. On that date, I went to the Princess Margaret Hospital.
Why did you go to the hospital?
I went to the hospital to collect the examination report of Miss Paradise from Dr. Walsh.
And what did you do with the report, if anything, after?
I took the report to Nassau Street Police Station and I placed it on file.
If you were to see this report, Corporal, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, sir.
How would you be able to recognize it?
I would be able to recognize it from Dr. Walsh's signature, from the date, and also it had Miss Paradise name on the said report.
How are you able to identify Dr. Walsh's signature?
I have took other virtual complainants to Dr. Walsh for them to be examined, and I would have collected previous reports from her.
My lord, permission to show Corporal Brown a document.
Objection, my lord. The statement that you wish to show Corporal Brown, that should be reflecting his signature, not Dr. Walsh's signature, as he was the one who collected it.
My lord,
Mr.
as was previously agreed, this medical report would be tendered into evidence through Corporal Brown after it has been identified how he's able to note this document.
And
And I do believe proper foundation. But
Ms. McPhee? Thank
Yes, my lord.
you. The objection is that he didn't sign the report?
Well, he signed to collect it. However, that would be how he identified it, would be identifying it, that he collected the report.
But it's not his report, is it?
No, sir, but it's to show that he collected the report, that that is Dr. Walsh's report that he collected.
So if he's able to identify it as Dr. Walsh's report, what is the objection?
But his signature to say that he collected it and that is in fact a report. And also we want to confirm as relates to his signature, because there is an error with his name. So we want to confirm that he was the person who in fact collected it and that is his signature.
That would be a matter for cross-examination, wouldn't it?
Got it, my lord.
The witness may be shown the document once you've shown it to
much obliged.
the defense counsel.
Yes, that's right.
Corporal Brown, please have a look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
The medical examination report of Dr. Walsh.
And whose report is it?
Dr. Walsh's the medical report of Dr. Walsh relating to Miss Paradise.
How are you able to recognize it?
From Dr. Walsh's signature, Miss Paradise's name on the said report, and also the date.
My lord, pursuant to section 120 of the Criminal Procedure Code, the prosecution wishes to tender and admit into evidence the medical examination report of Dr. Mavis Walsh of the complainant Eve Paradise dated January 14, 2024 as Exhibit 1.
Ms. McPhee, any objection?
No objection, my lord.
Medical report tendered, admitted and marked Exhibit AE1.
Grateful. Corporal Brown, what did you do, if anything, in relation to this investigation that you comment?
I made checks as it relates to the whereabouts of Mr. Adam Eden.
What, if anything, did you find out in these inquiries?
I found out the residence, is the residence located of Mr. Adam Eden.
And what, if anything, did you do when you found out, President?
Over a period of 1 week, I made regular checks at his residence in order to locate him, which proved futile.
Could you repeat that last part?
I made regular checks at his residence in order to locate him, which proved futile.
What would you consider these regular checks that you?
I asked his neighbors and I asked around for him, but he was not located.
What, if anything else, did you do subsequently?
I then surveilled his apartment.
What did this surveillance involve?
It involved me being in a unmarked police vehicle in plain clothes outside of his apartment.
Do you recall January 24, 2024, Corporal Brown?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at about 4 p.m. that day?
I was outside of Mr. Adam Eden's apartment.
And what, if anything, happened around that time?
I saw a male about to enter Mr. Adam Eden's apartment.
And when you saw this, what, if anything, did you do?
I approached the male and I identified myself as Officer Brown.
Were you able to identify yourself at that time, Corporal Brown?
No, as I went to pull out my identification card, he started to run and shout for help.
And what did you do when he ran and shouted?
I chased after him and I managed to subdue him.
And what did you do next, if any?
I then informed him that a report was made at the station of an indecent assault against one Miss Eva Paradise.
Who was this young man, Miss Corporal Brown?
Adam Eden.
How were you able to identify?
When Miss Eva Paradise came at the station, she gave a description which matched him.
And what did you do next when you made him aware of the report that was? What happened?
I arrested him, cautioned him.
How did he, before that, Corporal, for the benefit of the jury, can you explain what you mean by caution?
Yes, I told him that he is not obliged to say anything, and anything he say will be taken and placed in evidence. I also indicated to him that he may have an attorney present before questioning.
And what, if anything, Corporal, did you do after you cautioned him?
I took him to the Nassau Street Police Station and I placed him on the bench.
What, if anything, happened before you took him to the police station?
I arrested him and cautioned him.
How did he respond to this?
He said, "Officer, I did not do that woman nothing."
What did you do next, if anything?
I then took him to the station, Nassau Street Police Station, and I placed him on the bench.
What, if anything, happened after that?
I then made contact with Miss Eva Paradise.
Why did you contact her?
I contacted Miss Eva Paradise in order for her to know that I would have arrested the man that indecently assaulted her.
What happened after that, if any?
Miss Paradise came to the station. As she walked through the door, she shouted, "That is the man, Adam, who indecently assaulted me."
And how did Mr. Eden respond to this?
He made a song. However, due to the noise in the station, I was unable to hear him.
What happened, if anything, after that?
I charged Mr. Adam Eden for indecent assault contrary to Section 17 of the Sexual Offences Act of the Bahamas.
And what, if anything, else of significance happened at this time?
I read my statement to Mr. Adam, and he decided to remain silent.
May it please you, members of the jury. May it please you, my Lord and honorable assessors. I have no further questions for the witness at this time. Corporal Brown, please remain in the witness box as my learned friends may have some questions for them.
Thank you. The cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So with your leave, may I proceed?
You may proceed. Thank you.
Much obliged. Corporal Brown, how long have you been a member of the Royal Bahamas Police Force?
50 years, mom.
15?
Yes, mom.
Thank you. And how many of those years were you an investigator?
5 years, mom.
5 years. Okay, and how many indecent assault matters have you investigated?
Several.
Several. Can you give us a number, an estimate?
Over 50.
Okay, and how many of those matters did the victim have injuries?
Almost all.
Okay, and so when Ms. Paradise came into the station, you observed she had injuries, correct?
Yes, mom.
Okay, and did you take photographs of those injuries? Yes or no, will be fine.
I can't recall at this moment.
Okay, did you call anybody else to take photographs of those injuries?
Can't recall at this moment.
Papa Brown. So you saw the injuries and you did not take photographs of those, correct?
I cannot recall at this moment.
Okay, as relate to your force standing procedures, doesn't it require you to take photographs of injuries of alleged sexual assault victims?
Yes, mom.
Okay, well, so now we agree that you're familiar with the procedure, correct?
Yes, mom.
Okay, and so you saw those injuries. Can you say how long those injuries were there?
I cannot.
Okay, and can you say if it was Mr. Eden who would have put those injuries there?
I cannot speak to that, mom.
Objection, Lord. Counsel is asking for expert evidence here, and he's not here as an expert. I think it's improper to ask him.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Ms. McPhee, counsel is objecting to your question on the basis that you're asking for expert evidence from a witness who's not been deemed an expert.
My lord, I'm not asking for expert evidence. I'm just asking based on his experience. He said he investigated over 50 indecent assault matters, and almost all of them had injuries. So just based upon his observation, whether he could say,
Who inflicted the injuries?
just on his observation, because he has a complaint before him. And so just wanted to know as relates to the information he received, if he could say.
I won't permit the question.
Got it, my lord.
Bert Fulman.
Okay, so Corporal Brown, can you say where these injuries were?
They were in her hands.
Okay, were they on the interior, exterior, forearm, back arm?
Objection.
Yes, Mr. Boyd.
Again, I don't think that's proper questioning of this witness. He's not able, not the one. He's not the one, Lord, that did this examination. Hence why we had to tender the report, which will speak to the details.
That doesn't require expert evidence, does it? Counsel is asking where the injuries were located. I'd permit the question. You may proceed, Ms. McPhee.
Much obliged, my lord. Yes, Corporal Brown, just if you could indicate from your hand, where exactly were these injuries?
On her wrist.
Okay, can you say the size, the injury?
I cannot say that at this moment.
Can you give an indication of the color of the injury?
Black and blue.
Black and blue. Okay, and so, but you didn't think it prudent to take photographs of these injuries?
Objection. This question has been asked.
Yes. Here, Mr. Boyd and Ms. McPhee, counsel is objected. The question is asked and answered.
Okay, so Corporal Brown, guide my lord. Corporal Brown, I put it to you that based upon your number of investigations, you would have known that this matter would eventually come before the court, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you didn't think it was prudent or it would be helpful to this court to have evidence of these alleged injuries?
That's correct.
Okay, so Corporal Brown, just take us to the apartment. Did you visit Ms. Paradise's apartment, the scene of the alleged crime?
Cannot recall at this time.
Okay, it's just a yes and no question.
I did not visit the apartment personally.
Did anybody else visit the apartment?
Cannot recall at this time.
Okay, Corporal Brown. You mentioned that you conducted inquiries. Okay, other than finding out where Mr. Eden lived, did you find out anything else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you care to share with this honorable court?
I found out where he worked
Okay, and where is it that Mr. Eden works?
on the beach.
On the beach. Okay, so did any of your inquiries take you to his job?
I personally did not go to his job.
Okay, and your inquiries, did you find out where his mother lived?
No,
Okay, as it relates to your inquiries, did you go to Ms. Paradise's apartment to see if any of her neighbors heard anything, if they saw anything?
I did not do that personally.
Did somebody else do it?
I cannot recall at this moment.
Corporal Brown, I put it to you as an officer with over 15 years' experience that you did a shoddy investigation. You'd agree with me, right?
That's not true.
That's not true? Okay, so let's go to the surveillance. You claim that you surveilled Mr. Eden's house. What exactly were you surveilling?
As I indicated earlier, I was waiting on Mr. Eden because when I made checks earlier, he was not located.
So if Mr. Eden had not come home, we wouldn't be here today then. You agree with me? So yes or no?
That's not true.
Okay. Well, moving on. So when you approached Mr. Eden, as you saw him going into his house, but before we get there, how did you know that that was Mr. Eden?
As I indicated earlier, as I indicated earlier, I asked around for information as it relates to where he was living.
Okay, and when you saw him going into this residence, that is when you approached him, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and before approaching him, did you identify yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did. Okay, and so what was the distance between you and you and Mr. Eden when you identified yourself?
I indicated earlier as I approached Mr. Eden and I identified myself and said I'm Corporal Brown, he began to run.
You began to run, so this would have been after you identified yourself, correct?
Yes,
Okay, do you know Mr. Eden?
not personally.
Do you know if he has a hearing problem?
No,
Do you know if he has a sight problem?
no,
So when Mr. Eden proceeded to run away from you and he was screaming for help, you still believe that he understood or he knew that you were a police officer?
he responded to me after I indicated to him that I'm a police officer when I subdued him.
Oh, so this is after you ran behind him and subdued him.
That's correct.
Okay, and so when you subdued him and you told him that you wanted him to accompany you, because you did want him to accompany you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so he didn't respond, but after you told him what the matter was in relation to, you then determined that you're gonna arrest and charge him. So why did you give him the option?
At that time, I did not charge him. At that time, I only arrested him, took him to the station.
So when you arrested him and you took him to the station, what did he say to you when Miss Paradise came into the station?
As I indicated earlier, while we were at the station, Miss Paradise came into the station. She shouted, "That is Adam." Where made a song, but I did not hear him due to the noise in the station.
So the sound, was it a bark?
He said something under his voice, but I could not have heard him.
And you didn't think it prudent to ask him to repeat?
At that time, it wasn't relevant to me.
Oh, so again, this goes to your shoddy investigation, correct?
The investigation was completed.
And I agree with you, and that's why I do believe, and I put it to you that you were biased from the beginning of this investigation. I put it to you that you had no interest in finding out the truth of this matter. Because when you arrested Mr. Eden,
Objection.
what's that?
Witness wasn't allowed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Barrier. Ms. McPhee, could you give the witness an opportunity to answer the questions as you put them?
Got it, my lord. Papa Brown. The Shorty investigation. You would agree with me that was what you conducted, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay, so I put it to you that you were biased from the beginning of this investigation.
That is not true.
So when you subdued Mr. Eden and you told him the reason why you were arresting him, what did he respond and say?
Officer, I did not do that woman nothing.
Okay, and then while in the station again, when Miss Eden made that allegation, what did he say?
As I indicated earlier, I could have not heard what he said at the station.
Okay, but the first allegation, you would agree with me that what you have is you have two people, one saying that they were indecently assaulted and the other person denying it, correct?
He did not deny it. I didn't hear what he said at the station.
No, but when you arrested him, you subdued him, he did say, I ain't do that woman nothing
Yes, at that time.
at that time. And so now you have a he say, she say. So tell us, what is it that you did to find out the truth of what really happened? That's okay, no need to answer. We know you did nothing. So Corporal Brown, when you arrested Mr. Eden, that was sometime like shortly after 4, you would say, right? Correct?
Could you please repeat the question?
When you arrested Mr. Eden, that was about what time? Around what time did you arrest him?
Around 5:10.
Okay, around 5:10. And so when you took him to the station, that is when you contacted Miss Paradise, correct?
That is true.
Okay, and she came into the station and she made a statement. Would you deem that to be a confrontation? Yes or no is fine.
Confrontation. No,
Good. And so you had Mr. Eden in your custody from after 5:10. When did you charge Mr. Eden with this insult, this indecent assault charge?
about 2 hours ago, after.
2 hours later. Okay, so how long are you able to hold a suspect before you could charge him?
72 hours.
2 hours. And so you surveilled Mr. Eden's home for about a week, but yet when you got him into your custody, within 2 hours later, you charged him?
The time I surveilled his house, he was not placed under arrest.
No, that's not what I'm asking you, Corporal Brown. Just trying to establish the timeline. You spent more time surveilling his house than you actually did actual investigation after having him in your custody.
The investigation happened from the minute the report was made.
Okay, so at what point did you conduct a record of interview? It's okay, we understand you didn't conduct one.
Objection. My lord. The second time she's doing. But can she allow the witness to answer the question, please? He asked him, allow him to answer.
Thank you. Officer Brown, counsel has asked you a question. You have an answer to the question?
Not at this time, sir.
You may continue, Ms. McPhee.
So at what time? So Corporal Brown, we're just trying to understand exactly what happened. Because you do have the hold, at least in our country, the hold a suspect for 48 hours. And thereafter, if you need to, you can get an extension for an additional 72 hours?
The suspect was not under arrest for 48 hours, as you indicated.
I agree. So he essentially, he was in your custody for 2 hours, then you charged him.
That is so.
So you would agree with me that you did not conduct any investigation after having him in your custody, correct?
Investigation started the minute the report was made.
Okay, so outside of what Ms. Paradise told you, what independent information do you have to support an allegation?
Ms. Paradise came and made a report at the station, which
So-
is now a SOP. I took the report, as I indicated, I took a statement, and I went and do my further investigation as it relates to the whereabouts of the suspect.
And what in your investigation or your inquiries or your surveillance, what is it that helped you to support the fact that Mr. Adam indecently assaulted Ms. Paradise?
Well, as I indicated earlier, we would have obtained the medical report, examination report from the doctor, and also matching from the description that Ms. Paradise would have give and her statement relating to Mr. Adam Eden, I arrested him and I charged him.
Okay, understood. So the medical report, my lord, with your leave, I know it has already been exhibited as AE1. Can the witness be shown that so that we could just confirm exactly what that report says?
Witness shown exhibit AE1.
Much obliged. Corporal Brown, can you just take a moment and look at that report? And when you're done, you can give a notation to my lord.
Witness is saying the document.
Okay, good. Thank you, Corporal Brown. So you mentioned that this will be considered to you or deemed independent information to assist with, that assisted with your investigations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so where on this report does it say that it was Mr. Eden that caused these injuries?
The report does not indicate that.
It does not indicate that. I agree with you. It does indicate that there are injuries, but it does not say how long those injuries were there, nor does it say that it was Mr. Eden that placed them there, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be your job to find that out. You would agree with me?
That's correct.
Okay, so Corporal Brown, I put it to you that the only reason why we're in this honorable court today is because you failed to conduct a proper investigation in this matter. You would agree with me?
No, that is not true.
Did you know Ms. Paradise prior to her making the complaint?
No,
Have you ever been to Checkers?
no, mom.
No. Okay, so you have no interest in this matter.
No, mom.
Okay, so within your 15 years of policing, conducting over 50 indecent assault investigations, I put it to you that this investigation was a shoddy investigation. And the only reason why we're here is for that cause and that cause only.
Objection. That was a compound. Not
Right.
sure we know what.
Thank you, Ms. McCree. Could
Yeah.
you
My apologies.
bifurcate your question?
Okay, so again, I put it to you that we are here today because you conducted a shoddy investigation.
Objection, my lord. That question has been asked and answered.
Thank you, Ms. Woodard. Ms. McCree, that question has been asked and answered several times. Next question, please.
You got it, my lord. So Corporal Brown, I put it to you that you had no interest in finding out the truth in this matter.
That is not true.
I put it to you that you had no interest in justice.
That is not true.
Corporal Brown, have you ever wondered why you're still a corporal? No more questions for this
Objection.
witness, my lord.
Counsel said before she got an answer, she would give us a comment, another question. So it's struck it.
Obliged.
Thank you. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
My lord, before the witness is asked to step down,
Oh, sorry.
to be permitted to re-examine the witness.
Certainly normally would. Is that within the parameters of the exercise?
Believe so. That is my understanding, my lord. The rules here, my lord, does have it that the re-examination is a part of the exercise. In the schedule, it does have it there at back of the rules on page 6.
In 3 minutes. You may read.
Grateful, my lord. Corporal Brown,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
after arrested, after you charged the accused for indecent assault, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
Objection, my lord. Is my learned friend seeking to get another bite of the cherry? This was not something that was not discovered during cross-examination, nor was it unclear. The witness response in the examination in chief.
Thank you. Mr. Godere, how does this arise from the cross as to what he did after he, so your question was as after he charged the accused?
Yes,
After he charged the accused?
after he charged. Yeah.
How does that arise from the cross-examination?
It arises, my lord, because my learned friend did ask him about charge and the efforts that he made in relation to charging the accused.
How does what he did after charging the relate to his efforts back to the investigation?
In respect to the investigation, my lord, goes to show that he, Corporal Brown, did take additional steps at that time.
Well, we established, I'll permit the question. You may ask the question.
Like, Corporal Brown, what,
Yes,
if
sir.
anything, did you do after charged the accused?
After I charged the accused, I read the statement over to the accused and the accused remained silent. He did. Yeah, I read the statement to the accused and the accused remained silent.
Could you speak up, Corporal?
After I charged the accused, I read over my statement to the accused and the accused remained silent. He then asked to speak to his attorney at law.
And one last question, Corporal. How would you describe this investigation, Harry?
In my view, it was an effective and efficient investigation. I did the investigation based on the best of my knowledge and skills because I wanted to bring the accused to justice.
My lord, members of the jury, my lord, and honorable assessor, I have no further questions. Witness, may the witness be
Thank you.
excused from the witness.
Officer, your excuse, you may step down.
Guided, my
Aye.
lord.
Order.
My lord, and honorable assessors, members of the jury, this closes the prosecution.
Fine.
Thank you, Ms. Border. Madam Foreman and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution have closed their case. Take a 3:17 according to my clock. Take a 13-minute, well, 12-minute adjournment. We resume at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
All right. The king versus Adam and Eve.
Is there an opening statement from the defense?
So with your leave, may I address the jury, my lord?
Yes, you may.
Much obliged. Good afternoon, members of the jury. History repeats itself, but in such a cunning disguise that we never detect a resemblance until the damage is done. That is exactly what occurred on January 14th, 2024. You see, just like in the Bible, Eve was the destruction of man when she gave Adam the forbidden fruit. So is this Eve, in a cunning disguise, destroying this Adam after luring him into her bedroom and causing her damage. You heard the prosecution's case, and they painted this picture of Miss Paradise as a young, striving woman who, despite a rough upbringing, she's now an established businesswoman and living for the Lord. They want you to believe that on the day in question, Adam entered Eve's apartment with the sole intention of committing an evil act, to indecently assault her. Members of the jury, let's just pause and take a step back and examine that picture, the bigger picture. Every picture tells a different story from different angles. So frame one, you heard the prosecution's case. And now frame two, you will hear from the defense the truth of what happened. But after all the evidence is given, the only frame that matters is how you see the picture. So to assist you with focusing your frame, the defense will call two witnesses. First, you will hear from Adam, and he will share with you his account of what really happened. He will tell you that on January 11th, 2024, Eve's nature was evident from the day he walked into her store. And to make things worse, it was more evident on January 14th, 2024. And then he will explain to you that it's only after he rejected her indecent proposal, he decided to take revenge and falsely accuse him. Next, you will hear from Delilah Sampson, Adam's girlfriend, and she will confirm the events as she saw them. Members of the jury, we ask that as the evidence is given, that you pay close attention to the witness. Listen to what they have to say, watch their body language, and then assess the evidence objectively. You see, we all have a role to play in this pursuit of justice. You have a very important role as judges of the facts, because it is against that evidence and that evidence alone, what comes out of that box, that you will have to determine whether the prosecution has made out its case against this Adam. But just remember, Adam is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by the prosecution. He has nothing to prove. In fact, he could sit right here and not say a word, and they would still have to prove their case against him. But Adam chose to come here today so that you could hear exactly what happened, so that you can hear the truth. And just as you have a role to play, so does my lord as judge of the law. I know the prosecution briefly introduced you to the law, but my lord, with your leave, I'd like to comment on the law, the charge for which they brought Adam before this honorable court.
You may do so.
Much obliged. So Adam is charged with one count of indecent assault contrary to Section 17 of the Sexual Offenses Act, Chapter 99. And with that charge, the prosecution has to prove just two relevant elements. One, that Adam indecently assaulted Eve, and two, he did so without her consent. That is the prosecution's burden. That is what they must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. That standard, they must prove that to you. And that doubt, it's not a shadow of a doubt. It's just a doubt that is fair and based on common sense. But you members of the jury, you will have to determine what that means to you. And at the close of the evidence, all your questions will be answered. And we believe that the prosecution would have not satisfied you beyond a reasonable doubt that Adam indecently assaulted Eve. However, what we do believe is that the evidence will expose Eve's true nature. She's a leopard that never changed her spots. You see, what Eve's story is nothing more than a malicious, calculated attempt that is fueled by deceit, revenge, and false accusation. You see, while she may have altered her approach, her relentless hustle, it never stopped. So what this Eve is alleging that this Adam did to her is history repeating itself. And we will see the resemblance between the two Eves. So members of the jury, the 5 of you, you were not in the original Garden of Eden. But today, March 13th, 2025, you will have the opportunity to save this Adam. And so with that in mind, we ask that after all the evidence is given, that you return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you, members of the jury. My lord, with your leave, the defense calls its first witness, Mr. Adam Eden.
You may call your first witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Eden.
Good afternoon.
So it is important that you speak clearly so we hear what it is that you have to say. I also ask that you speak at a good pace as my lord and counsel are taking notes. And so at any point I ask a question that you are unclear, just ask me to clarify.
Will do.
And then when I am done, I ask that you remain there as my learned friends will have some questions for you on the cross-examination. Okay, please state for the record your full name, address, and occupation.
My name is Adam Eden. I live at number 10 Drury Lane, Nassau, and I sell straw products on the beach.
Okay, Mr. Adam, do you recall Thursday, the 11th of January, 2024?
Yes, I do recall the day.
Okay, please tell us what, if anything, happened on that day.
Well, on that day, my girlfriend and I, Miss Delilah Sampson, we went to a boutique downtown. She wanted to buy some hair products. When we entered the boutique, we met a young lady who I now know as Eve Paradise. She introduced herself to us, and she indicated that she was the owner of the boutique. And she went on to say that the business has been a blessing in her life and that God has been good to her. And she eventually invited us to attend her church the following Sunday. While there in conversation with her, she did appear familiar to me, but I couldn't place where I knew her from.
Okay. And so did you and your girlfriend attend Miss Paradise's church on that following Sunday?
We agreed to go to the church, but on the day my girlfriend couldn't make it, so I'm the only person who attended the service.
Okay, and when you say the following Sunday, are you referring to Sunday, the 14th of January, 2024?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so please tell us what, if anything, happened while at church.
Well, I arrived at church around 9:45 a.m. in the morning. The service started at 10 hours. It was a good service. I enjoyed it, I must say. The service came to an end around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. After the service came to an end, I saw Miss Paradise at the church. We walked towards each other. I explained to her that my girlfriend couldn't make it. And I also told her that I did enjoy the service.
But then she said, she couldn't stay much longer for small talk. She was always hustling, so she needed to leave. She couldn't stay. So she indicated where the direction she was heading in. And I realized it was the same direction I needed to go to get to the bus stop. So I politely asked her if it was okay for me to walk with her. She agreed, and we left the church together.
Okay, so please tell us what, if anything, happened on your walk.
Well, on the way, while walking, we eventually arrived in front of her apartment. At that time, I needed to use the washroom, so I politely asked again if I may be permitted to use her bathroom. And she agreed. She said, yes, it's okay. We went to the front door. She opened the door. She let me in, and she directed me to where the bathroom was. I went to use the bathroom. I left her in the living room area. When I came out of the bathroom, I looked at the living room area where I left her, but I didn't see her there. So I called out for her. Um, at that time, I heard her voice coming from a partitioned area in the apartment, which at the time I assumed was the bedroom. She responded and she said to come to that direction. She was changing her church shoes into slippers. As I walked towards the entrance of that bedroom area, I met her at the entrance. She grabbed onto my shirt, pulled me into the bedroom, threw me onto the bed, and she jumped on top of me.
Okay, Ms. Eden, just take us back. At what point did you realize that you needed to use the bath?
I realized I needed to use the bathroom while on the walk.
Okay, and so you mentioned that she held on to you. Please tell us what, if anything, happened after that.
Well, after she threw me onto the bed and she jumped on top of me, she took my left hand, and she rubbed it on her breasts and she rubbed it in her vaginal area. And at the same time, while all that is happening, she was, whining on me, gyrating her body, and she asked me if I remember the good old days. And
Okay, Mr. Eden,
sure.
when you said the good old days, what do you believe she meant?
Well, before that statement, I like I said, she seemed familiar to me. But when she said those words, then I remembered where I knew her from, and it dawned on me that I knew her from this strip club, Checkers, that I usually go to. So I believe that is what she was referencing. Maybe she remembered me from those days on.
Okay, and what is it that Ms. Paradise used to do at Checkers, if anything?
At Checkers, she was a dancer and stripper at the club. When I would go with my friends, she was one of those girls, she would entertain me in terms of allowing me to touch her and rub her, and in exchange for money, I would pay her for that.
Okay, so let's go back to after she's asked if you remember the good old days. What, if anything, happened after that?
Well, while all that was happening, she was, trying to kiss me. She also sang the soca song, take it easy, I can do the work. And, she asked me if I missed her. Again, I'm thinking maybe she's speaking about time at the club. I eventually pulled my hand away from her, and I held on to both of her hands to try to stop her from using my hands to touch her body. That didn't stop her from doing what she was trying to do. So I eventually asked her, if I give you money, will you stop? And she said, yes, please. So hoping that she would stop, she didn't stop right away. She still continued trying to kiss me and so forth. But eventually I was able to throw her off of me. And then I got up. And when I got up, she asked me, so where's the money? So I said, no, I'm not paying you anything. People like you don't change. She said, well, I can't come to play and don't pay. And that she has bills to pay. She has her business to support. I said, well, I don't have time for all of that. I didn't come for this. You're just trying to hustle me. At that point, she said, well, if I don't pay, she's going to report me to the police to say that I, indecently assault her. At that time, I just got angry and I sucked my teeth and I left the apartment. I walked towards the front door.
Okay, so Mr. Eden, why did you offer Ms. Paradise money?
Well, I offered her money thinking, based on what I remember happening in the past, that she would probably just take the money and leave me alone, since that is how I remember our previous encounters.
Okay, and What do you believe that she meant by the statement, "You cannot come to play if you do not pay"?
Well, again, I believe all her statements was just trying to remind me of when when she entertained me in the strip club. I think she was trying to have the same type of encounter at home, basically moving the strip club to her house.
Okay, and just please clarify for us, when you said people don't change, what did you mean by that?
Well, like I said, the same way she behaved at the strip club was the same way she was behaving at home. And when we first met her, my girlfriend and I at the boutique, you know, she spoke about being this transformed person and God getting into her life and that type of thing. So, I mean, you present yourself as this saint, but following Sunday you're trying to hustle me. It just didn't make sense.
Okay, and when she mentioned that she would have reported you to the police, how did that make you feel?
Well, to be honest, at the time I didn't believe she would do it because based on how she was operating, I just thought she was just trying to threaten me, hoping that I would just give her money. So I didn't take her serious at the time.
Okay, and let's go back. So you're in an apartment. After you got up to leave, what, if anything, happened after that?
Well, after I got up off the bed, I went to the front door to leave. As I exited the apartment, to my surprise, my girlfriend was outside. Um, right away, I tried to tell her what happened, but she stopped me and she said she saw everything, and I don't need to explain. So after that, we both left the apartment.
Okay, and please tell us what, if anything, happened after you left the apartment.
Well, after you left, I went to my mother's place because I usually go to her place on Sundays to spend a few days. She's old and sick, so I try to spend as much time as possible with her. I stayed there for like 3 days before I returned to my apartment.
Okay, and do you recall January 14th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you recall January 24th, 2024?
I also do recall the day.
Okay, please, can you tell us what, if anything, happened on that day?
Well, on that day, um, I was going to the entrance to my front door, actually, to my apartment. I noticed a male figure walking towards me from the back. They're dressed in casual clothes. I didn't know who it was, but the way in which they were approaching me, it seemed kind of suspicious. So I thought they were actually coming to rob me. Um, they didn't say who they were, etc. But how they were approaching me, I felt threatened. So I dashed, I ran away, and then they started running behind me, which made me even more suspicious. The person eventually caught up with me, and that is when they identified himself as a police officer by the name of Corporal Brown. Um, at that point, he explained to me that a woman made a report at the police station that I indecently assaulted her. And right there and then I told him, no, I didn't do anything like that.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Eden. Just take us back to when you and Miss Paradise was in the apartment. For confirmation, how tall are you?
I'm about 5 feet 4 inches.
And about how many pounds do you weigh?
I roughly 130.
30.
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you say that you were able to get away from Miss Paradise, what, if anything, you did, or why did it take you so long to get away?
Well, I won't say it took long. I mean, the entire episode didn't last more than a minute, but I didn't want to physically hurt her. So like I said, it was a struggle for a few. But eventually I was able to free myself and get off.
Okay, and so now we can go back to the arrest. What, if anything, happened after you were subdued and arrested by Corporal Brown?
He took me to the Nassau Street Police Station and he placed me to sit on the bench. A few moments later, Miss Paradise came to the police station. And as she walked in, she pointed to me and said, that is to say that I'm the person that assaulted her. And again, I repeated it. I did not do anything, but, I'm still arrested, charged, and here today.
Okay, and so can you please explain to this honorable court how this whole ordeal has made you feel?
It has been a traumatic experience, to be honest. Being arrested, charged, and now before the court, it's not something I ever imagined would happen to me, and I wouldn't want it for anyone else.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eden. My lord, no more questions for this witness. The witness is now presented for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee. Cross-examination.
Lord, with your leave, I'll begin my cross-examination.
You may do so, Ms.
Mr. Eden. Let's talk about the booty. You couldn't put your finger on it where you knew her from, isn't that so?
That is correct, sir.
But you knew her from someone.
I did, yes.
Did you ask her name?
Well, like I said, she introduced herself to us when we entered.
So she told you her name,
Yes.
and that didn't ring a bell for you?
No, just the face
You
was
didn't
familiar.
query about where her face is familiar from?
I did not.
She invited you to church, you said, isn't that so?
Myself and my girlfriend, yes.
And didn't ask her any more questions, but you accepted that invitation.
We both accepted the invitation, yes.
Mr. Eden, weren't you the one that suggested to go to her church?
I made no suggestion like that.
Mr. Eden, I put it to you that you were the one that made that suggestion.
That's not true.
Mr. Eden, she didn't tell you her name at that time, did she?
She told us her name,
She
but
did not tell you her name, Mr. Eden.
Objection, my lord. That question has been asked and answered.
I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that you did not ask her her name. She did not tell you her name.
she did. She introduced herself as the owner of the boutique.
Mr. Eden, I put it to you that at that time you didn't know her name, but you engaged in conversation with her.
Objection, my lord. That question has already been asked and answered.
Very well.
Counsel, you may proceed. Well, sorry, let me rule on it. The question was asked and previously answered, so you may move. Thank you.
Grateful, ma'am.
Much obliged.
Mr. Eden, the invitation was extended to you and your girlfriend.
That is correct.
But at the church service, only you turned up. Isn't that so?
That is correct.
And according to you, Mr. Eden, your girlfriend told you she was not coming. Isn't that so?
She told me that she would have been late.
Didn't you say earlier to counsel that she said she could not make it?
She said that she would be late. She may not be able to make it.
Mr. Eden, which is it? Is it that she couldn't make it or she was going to be late?
She said that she was running late and she may not be able to make it.
Let me write that down. Mr. Eden, according to you now, she was going to be late.
Objection, my lord. That question has already been answered.
This was but the witness has answered that question.
Obliged.
You may move on.
Mr. Eden, you're expecting your girlfriend to turn up at church.
No,
So when you said she was going to be late, wouldn't you expect to see her?
she said she'll be running late and may not be able to make it. So the expectation was, I'm not certain if she was going to come or not.
Did you check if she would make it or not?
After a certain time passed, yes, I did send messages, I did call, but no response.
At what time did you send this message or make this call, Mr. Eden?
I would say around 1:30.
30. Did you get through to her?
Like I said, no, I didn't get any response.
And since she was coming late, she would expect to see you at the church, isn't that so?
I can't speak for her expectations.
Mr. Eden, you'd agree with me, it would be reasonable that she would expect you at the church.
Objection, my lord. My learned friend is asking the witness to speculate.
So there, counsel is objecting to your question. This is speculative.
My lord, I don't believe it is. I'm just inviting him on his accord what he believes.
As to somebody else's actions.
As to his expectations, he said she was going to be late, which means she would turn up at some point in time. I believe it's reasonable to ask him that you would expect to see her, or she would expect to see
You may ask the question.
her. Great, much obliged. Mr. Eden, wouldn't you expect her to see you at the church,
If she came on time.
but not if she came late?
Okay, so I can't speak for her expectations. whether
They
she
didn't,
see me
you
or
didn't
not.
intend to wait on her, isn't that so, Mr. Eden?
I left the service when it came to an end at 3 o'clock, sir.
You left the service, but didn't you
When it came
have
to
a
an end.
conversation first with Miss Paradise?
I had a conversation with Miss Paradise after the church service.
I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that was your intention at the time,
I had no
to
such
have that
intention.
conversation with Miss Paradise.
Objection, my lord. Can my learned friend allow the witness to answer the question?
My lord, my
Yes.
question was not finished. He interjected. I just
Okay.
completed my question.
Yeah, you may complete the question, Mr. Bowden.
Grateful, my lord.
Thank you.
Mr.
did-
Eden, I put it to you that your concern at the time was with Miss Paradise.
That is not true.
And I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that it is out of convenience that your girlfriend didn't show up or was going to be late for the church.
That is not true.
Mr. Eden, you wanted Miss Paradise, isn't that so?
That is also not true, sir.
You wanted a piece of paradise, isn't that it?
That is also not true.
Mr. Eden, isn't it true that Miss Paradise only turned in a direction to leave?
Pardon?
Didn't she just turn in a direction? She didn't tell you where she was going, did she?
Like I said, we had a conversation at the end of the church service, and she indicated that she needed to leave. She also indicated the direction she was heading, and I realized that it was the same direction I needed to go to. So I asked if it was okay for me to walk with her.
Mr. Eden, I put it to you that this was all a part of your plan.
I had no,
You wanted to walk with her home.
that it was never my
It was
plan.
a calculated step in your plan, Mr. Eden.
I had no such plan, sir.
On this walk, Mr. Eden, this 20-minute walk that she had, you reminded her where you knew her from. Isn't that so?
That is not so.
You told her at that time how she used to make you feel special at Checkers. Isn't that so?
We never had such a
Objection,
conversation.
objection, my lord. That evidence was not led by the witness.
Is that the basis of an objection, that the evidence was then led?
No, sir.
Counsel is putting something to the witness, isn't he? I permit the question. Okay, Mr. Bowden, you may.
Guided, my lord.
Much obliged. Mr. Eden, you were the one that reminded Miss Paradise. You were the one that reminded her how special she made you feel when you used to interact at Checkers.
I never said that to her.
You are the one that brought up Checkers, Mr. Eden.
I did not.
And it was at that time that she remembered you.
No, sir.
She didn't know you from before.
Could you repeat?
She did not tell you where you knew her from any time before.
Before when?
Before the walk.
No.
And it was at this time, she reminded you that it was because of the customer service that she gave you as a bartender why you felt special.
At which time?
On the walk, Mr.
No, we had never had such a conversation.
Mr. Eden, how long was the church service?
Like I said, it started at 10 and ended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
So that's 5 hours.
Yes, sir.
And during these 5 hours, you never had to use the bathroom.
I did use the bathroom.
It was at the time that you reached her apartment that you conveniently had to use the bathroom.
I needed to use it again.
And it was at this time, Mr. Eden, that through that friendly gesture, she allowed you into her apartment.
I asked to use the bathroom and she said
And it
it
was-
worked fine.
Thank you, Mr. Eden. And it was at this time another calculated step of yours was executed.
No, sir.
You asked for something that people don't deny regularly, to use her bathroom in order to get into her apartment.
That was never my intention.
Mr. Eden, let's talk about the apartment. She directed you directly to the bathroom, isn't that so?
She showed me where the bathroom was, yes.
You'd agree with me that you had no reason to go in the bedroom.
No.
And you'd agree with me that she didn't need help changing her slippers, her church shoes.
I wasn't there when she was changing her shirt shoes.
Didn't you say, Mr. Eden, that she invited you into the room as she was changing her church slippers?
When I came out of the bathroom, she said that when she responded to me, Earl, she said that she was changing her church shoes to her slippers. She never called me to ask me to help her to change her shoes.
Mr. Eden, now that you've answered your question, can you please answer? You had no reason. You had no reason, Mr. Eden, to go into her bedroom.
She called me.
I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that you were the one that went into that bedroom.
That is not true.
Mr. Eden, you were the one that invited yourself. She did not, you were the one that invited yourself into that bedroom.
That is not true,
She
sir.
didn't give you permission to go in, Mr. Eden.
Like I said, when I came out of the bathroom, I called for
Mr.
her.
Eden, please answer my question.
I'm responding to your question, sir.
It's a yes or no.
Could
Agree
you
or
repeat the
disagree?
question, sir?
Mr. Eden, you were the one that invited yourself into her bed.
That is not true.
Just for clarification, Mr. Eden, what were you wearing on that day?
That's a good while ago, but church clothes.
Can you tell us what you were wearing?
It was likely a dress shirt and a dress pants and shoes.
What color shirt was it?
Sober colors. Like this was a long time ago. I can't exactly remember the clothes I was wearing, the color shirt and all of that.
Seem to be selective about what you can remember, Mr. Eden. So you were wearing a shirt, as you say, long sleeve shirt,
Yes, sir.
and a dress pants
Yes, sir.
and shoes.
That is
You don't
correct.
remember any color of
It
what
was
you were wearing.
probably blue. Let's say it was blue.
Let's say it was blue. We want to know
Like I
what
said, I
color.
can't remember. You're asking me to say something I can't remember, sir.
Convenient, Mr. Eden. Tell us, where was the bed in the bedroom? What position was it in relation to the room?
Okay, so based on what I can remember of the bedroom, the entrance to the bedroom faced the front of the apartment, and the bed ran, let's say, east-west.
What color was the room, Mr.
White.
What other furniture was in the room?
I can only remember the bed.
Only the bed. Did it have a bed head?
Pardon?
Did it have a bed head?
Yes.
And according to you, Mr. Eden, she was the one that pulled you onto the bed or pushed you onto the bed,
Pulled me into the room and pushed, yes, threw me onto
pulled
the
you
bed.
into the room,
with my shirt.
and then spun you around and pushed you onto the bed.
Yes, sir.
Did she use a lot of force to do this?
She had to, yes.
Did he hit up your head on the bed head?
No, sir.
Would you consider yourself a weak man, Mr. Eden?
Well, I'm not a bodybuilder.
How tall was Miss Paradise? How tall is Miss Paradise?
I would say similar height as me.
And earlier you said you're 5'4".
Yes, sir.
Can you stand up so the jury can see you? And you maintain that you are 5'4"?
Yes.
According to you, Mr. Eden, she took your hands and rubbed it on her body. Can you show us how she did this?
You are.
Took your hands and rubbed it.
Well, let me do it like this then. You can imagine me as Miss Paradise, me between her legs, she's over me, I'm on the bed, took my hand, rub it on her breast and her vagina.
And what were you doing when she did this? Was she standing upright like that?
She was over me.
How did she hold your hand? That's what
She
I'm asking.
pulled it and rubbed it. That's
So
what
she
did.
pulled with one hand?
Yes, sir.
With one hand.
Yes.
So what was your next hand doing at that time?
Well, I pulled away my hand and then I grabbed hold of hers. Both of them.
And this was while she was rubbing your body.
Well, she couldn't continue after I pulled my hand.
Now show us how you held her hands then when you grabbed
Like this.
above your head.
Yeah.
And how long was this encounter?
Like I said, the encounter didn't last more than a minute.
More than a minute.
It did not last more than a minute.
So within this 1 minute, according to you, she pushed you onto the bed. She held you down, rubbed her hands on your body, started to sing, gyrate, you
And kissed.
and kissed according to you. Then can you just use a minute out of my time to demonstrate all of this for me?
I'm not going
Objection.
to relive.
Objection, my lord.
I withdraw my question. Mr. Eden, according to you, it was only when she was on top of you that you remembered where you knew, or remembered her in some way where you knew her from.
I remembered when she asked me if I remember the good old days, and she asked me if I missed her and
Please,
that type
Mr.
of thing.
Eden, my question is, it was at that time that you said that you remembered her from Checkers, isn't that so?
I said when she uttered those words, that's when I remembered where I knew her from.
So that's a yes.
I answered your question.
And Mr. Eden, let's talk a little bit about Checkers. When you went to Checkers, Mr. Eden, did you frequent Checkers, Mr. Eden?
Yes, sir.
And when you'd go there, you'd see Miss Paradise.
I saw her on occasions when I visited the club, yes.
And on the occasions that you went in the club, you would interact with her, according to you.
Yes, sir.
And according to you, you touched upon her body several times.
Yes, sir.
And according to you, you tipped her several times.
Yes, sir.
And when she told you about her personal life, you listened to her, didn't you?
We never spoke.
Objection, my lord.
Never spoke about it.
Well, the witness hasn't led that evidence.
I withdraw my question. So on these several occasions, Mr. Eden, this was all your choice, isn't that so?
It was both of us engaging in entertainment, so
So that's a yes, Mr.
my choice to engage her, yes.
And Mr. Eden, you found her attractive, isn't that so?
I wouldn't say I found her attractive. I just went there for a good time.
And you had a good time
At the club, yes.
on many occasions.
At the club, yes.
And Mr. Eden, it was not, it was about 2 years later before you saw her, isn't that so? At the boutique?
Correct.
And you just recognize her face.
The face, yes.
So I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that it was because of all these interactions, fun interactions that you had. You remembered her face at that.
I couldn't at the time remember where I knew
And
her
it-
from.
And it was at that time, Mr. Eden, that you did remember all the details except her name.
That is not true.
You remembered that you knew her from Checkers at that.
That is not true, sir.
And it was at that time you formed your intentions for her, Mr. Eden.
That is untrue.
And that is why you asked to be invited to church, Mr. Eden.
That is not true.
This was all a part of your plan from that day.
I had no such plan, sir.
Mr. Eden, according to you, after this incident that occurred for just about a minute, you said Miss Paradise blackmailed you? Isn't that so?
She
According to you.
Objection, my lord. That is not the evidence that the witness led.
May I rephrase, my lord?
Yes.
It was at this time that you said she asked, you told her that you'd give her money.
I told her, I asked her rather, if I gave her money, if she would stop what she was doing.
My lord, with your permission, may I get, be allowed 5 minutes to complete my process?
You technically asked that right after the bell, but I'll give you the 5 minutes.
Great. Mr. Eden, according to you, you offered her money to get off of you.
I offered her money hoping that she would stop and get off of me, yes.
And at that time, according to you, that was when she said, yes, yes, please.
Yes.
And according to you, Mr. Eden, she did get up off of you,
Eventually, I got her off of me, yes.
but you didn't give her any money.
No.
And according to you, that's when she threatened you.
Yes, because I didn't give her any money. She threatened to tell the police.
Did you report it to the police, Mr. Eden?
I did not.
Did you consult an attorney, Mr. Eden?
I did not.
I put it to you, Mr. Eden, that you did not do so because none of that happened.
That is not true.
She
sir.
did not. She was not the one that assaulted.
She
You were the
assault-
one that assaulted.
She assaulted me, sir.
Mr. Eden, I put it to you that what happened in that room that day was that you went in her bedroom uninvited.
That is not true.
You pushed her onto the bed, Mr. Eden.
That is not true.
You were the one, Mr. Eden, that then held her down, held her hands with your right hand.
That is not true.
And then, Mr. Eden, you began to touch her chest and lower area with your left hand.
That is not true.
She did not consent to any of that, Mr. Eden.
That is not true.
She asked you to stop and you didn't,
That is not true, sir.
Mr. Eden. And it was at this time, Mr. Eden, you are the one that asked her, do you want me to get off of you? And that's when she said, yes, yes, please.
I was never on top of her.
Mr. Eden, right after the incident, where did you go?
Like I said, I left and I went to my mother's apartment.
So you chose not to go home.
I usually visit my mother on Sundays.
I put it here that you're in fear, Mr. Eden,
I was not
of
in
being
fear.
reported. And that is why you stayed away for 10 days.
I did not stay away for 10
I
days.
put it to you, Mr. Eden, that it's because you knew you were guilty why you ran when the policeman came up.
I never ran from the police. I ran from the person who was approaching me at the time. He eventually identified
And you ran
himself
because you
as the
knew you were
police.
guilty. Isn't that so, Mr.
That is
Eden?
not true. I thought I was being robbed.
Mr. Eden, in your memories of Miss Paradise from Checkers, you only knew her as a bartender.
I knew her as a dancer and a stripper, sir.
Mr. Eden, I put it to you that she was just a bartender.
That is not true.
Your interactions were limited to her as a bar.
That is not true.
She was
Your Honor.
never.
Objection, my lord. My learned friend is asking the same question. The witness has already answered.
me-
Council is objecting to your question. It's been asked. You predicating all of your questions with you as a bartender. Council is submitting that you have asked, that question's been asked and that has been answered.
Can counsel point directly to me where and when that was said? In her notes?
You didn't already,
Hmm.
sorry.
Hmm.
My learned friend has already asked if, in fact, Ms. Paradise was just a bartender.
You asked if he only interacted with her as a bartender, you as a bartender. Yes, Mr. Buda, you've asked the
That is
question.
right.
You suggested to the witness, in fact, not a question, you suggested to the witness that he only knew her as a bartender. He's denied that.
Grateful.
You may continue.
I'm obliged, I'm guided. Mr. Eden. When Miss Paradise, according to you, held you down, did you make any noise?
Other than me speaking, no other noise.
Did you scream?
No, sir.
You weren't concerned because nothing like that happened, isn't that?
I was concerned. I wanted her to get off of
So
me.
when you spoke to her, Mr. Eden, did you whisper?
No,
So you said it loudly for her to come out,
correct.
and you didn't report this.
Pardon?
You did not report this to me.
No, I did not.
My lord, honorable assistant, members of the jury, ends my cross-examination of them.
Thank you.
My lord, no re-examination for the
Thank you.
witness.
Ms. Staden, you may return to the dock.
Lord,
Any other witnesses?
no, my lord, but I know we're in the defense's case, but the prosecution is requesting just a break so that they can use a bathroom break.
Very
Much obliged.
Well, sorry. Did you indicate that you didn't have any? other
My lord, I
witnesses?
did. No more witnesses, so I was, oh, one more? Sorry, my lord. I just got a little distracted because she was asking, she really needed to go. I'm sorry.
I see, very well.
Yes,
So we'll take 5 minutes.
much obliged. My lord,
Ms. Maxine?
we are continuing in the matter of the King and versus Adam Eden, and the appearances remain the same. We're still in the prosecution's case, and we will now call, sorry, the defense case, and we'll now call our second witness, Delilah Sampson. And my co-counsel, Ms. Mona Boyer, will be conducting the examination in chief.
We call the witness.
Much obliged. Hello? Hello? Proceed.
With your leave, my lord, may I proceed?
You may proceed.
Much obliged. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good day.
I will ask you several questions. Please speak clearly, and if you do not understand the question, you may ask me to clarify.
Okay, sure.
Could you state your name and occupation for the record?
My name is Delilah Sampson. I'm presently unemployed, but I previously worked as a hotel maid.
Ms. Sampson, do you recall Thursday, the 11th of January, 2024?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recall about that day, if anything?
So on the 11th of January, 2024, myself and boyfriend, Adam Eden, we went to Downtown Style and Makeup to purchase some weave, extension, and lashes. During our visit to the said store, we met with a woman who introduced herself to us as Miss Eve Paradise.
Okay, Ms. Sampson. What, if anything, happened after Miss Paradise introduced herself to you?
Yeah, so she didn't introduce herself to us as the owner of the boutique too. She went on to tell us about how God has been good to her
Objection, my
and
lord.
he has transformed her life.
Just a moment, just a moment.
My lord, what he said or she said to the witness, this is hearsay evidence which does not fall under the exception in section 39 of the Evidence Act.
Thank you. Ms. Boyer, are you seeking to lead this evidence?
My lord, a learned friend addressed section 39, but under section 38, what the witness said is not captured as hearsay. It is what was said to her.
Sorry. So you're submitting that what the Ms. Paradise said to this witness is not hearsay, for her to repeat what Ms. Paradise said? That it's not hearsay?
Yes, my lord. My lord, she spoke to the conversation,
Yes.
so
A conversation that she
that
had with
she
Ms.
had
with,
while she was at Miss Paradise Boutique.
yes, with Ms. Paradise.
Yes, my lord.
And you say that's not hearsay?
It is within her knowledge, my lord. It was quite direct. Nonetheless, my lord, I'm guided by the decision of the court.
No. Make sure I'm not missing anything, but section 38, doesn't it actually say that's hearsay? Fact is proved by evidence. The fact is said to be proved by hearsay evidence. Is that the completion of the statement in section 38? In other words, it sounds like hearsay to me.
I'm guided, my lord.
So that the objection is sustained.
Much obliged, my lord.
You may continue, Ms. Boyer.
Okay, Ms. Sampson, could you take me back to when you and your boyfriend, Mr. Eden, visited Miss Paradise's store on the Thursday, 11th of January, 2024?
So whilst at the store, the cashier introduced herself to us as Miss Eve Paradise, the owner of this said boutique. We were told that God was very transformative in her life, and as a result of that, she does not have to hustle in the court.
Just one moment, Ms. Sampson.
My lord, This evidence that my learned friend is trying to elicit is also hearsay evidence, and it does not fall within the exceptions under Section 39 of the Evidence Act.
Ms., thank you. Ms. Boyer, counsel is objecting that it's hearsay, and it's now extended the objection to say that it doesn't even fall within an exception to the hearsay rule. Are you seeking to lead this evidence?
My lord, I will redirect my witness to refrain from hearsay evidence. I'm guided, my lord.
Thank you.
Ms. Sampson? After the conversation with Ms. Paradise, could you describe to the court or explain to the court what you and Mr. Eden did thereafter, if anything?
So we accepted an invitation to a church, and then we both left the store.
Okay, Ms. Paradise, I heard you mentioned your boyfriend. Could you identify your boyfriend in the court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out?
Yes, he's sitting behind you in a light gray, a dark gray kind of looking shirt and a black pants, wearing a glasses. His hair is cut low.
My lord,
Your witness has identified the defendant.
much obliged, my lord. Okay, Ms. Paradise, could you explain to the court what occurred thereafter while you were in the boutique with Mr. Eden?
So due to
anything.
the invitation that we received, Adam and I both decided to attend Church of the Transformation of the Wretched Remnant. That's on the 14th of January, 2024.
Okay, what if anything happened after the invitation was extended for you to attend the church?
So we decided to attend the service. However, on that day, I was running a bit late. So as a result of that, by the time I got to the church, the service had already ended.
What if anything happened after the church service had ended?
I saw a few of the church members outside of the building congregating, and I asked if they had seen Miss Paradise. I was pointed in the direction in which she headed, and I followed.
You may continue, Ms. Sampson.
Eventually, I got to building number 1, apartment 10, Gethsemane Lane, and I was about to rap on the door, of which I did, but no one answered. So I moved to the window, and to my shock, I saw Miss Paradise aggressively grab my boyfriend, Adam, by his shirt and thrown him onto her bed. She got on top of him, and he tried to resist, but Miss Paradise.
Objection, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, the witness cannot speak to what Adam tried to do. She can only speak to what she saw or what she heard that day in the apartment, as she claims.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. Counsel is objecting that the witness has gone beyond the bounds of permissible testimony. Are you seeking to lead this evidence?
My lord, the witness is only giving an account of what she witnessed through that window.
Inclusive of what she saw her boyfriend try to do?
Will not try, I will redirect my witness to.
Thank you. The objection to that part of the
Guided, my
testimony
lord.
therefore is sustained.
Okay, Ms. Sampson. Please explain what you saw through the window.
Okay. So as I looked through the window, Miss Paradise, she aggressively grabbed my boyfriend, Adam, by his shirt, and she thrown him onto the bed. She got on top of him, and Adam appeared to be resisting her, but she overpowered him and she pinned him down onto the bed. During which time she took her hands and was trying to, she took his hands forcefully and was rubbing it against her vaginal area and her chest.
Okay, Ms. Sampson, you indicated that you saw Miss Paradise took Mr. Eden's hand. Could you explain exactly what you saw?
So everything was quite clear because the bed was situated in such a position that I could have seen exactly what Miss Paradise was doing. So she got on top of him. Let's say this is the bed. I was at the window. Miss Paradise got on top of my boyfriend and she took his hands forcefully and she was rubbing it against her vaginal area and her breast. Also, she was trying to kiss him even though he was resisting her.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson. What, if anything, happened thereafter, Ms. Sampson?
So immediately my blood began to boil. I became very upset. And then I heard Adam murmured
Objection, my
something.
lord. I'll withdraw that objection.
Ms. Boyer, you may continue.
Thank you, my lord.
The objection is withdrawn.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Sampson, you may continue.
So by that time, I was very upset and disappointed to see a woman like Miss Eve Paradise, who alleged to be a staunch Christian, taking control of my boyfriend and committing such atrocity. But in the midst of my anger and vexation, I heard something Adam murmured, but then Miss Eve responded by saying in a giggling and in a laughing way, yes, yes, please. So at that time they were rolling around on the bed and Adam was trying to resist her, but unfortunately she continued to clang her legs tightly around him. And he pushed her off, she got up, and he got up. He seemed very upset and angry. And by that time, I was going to break down the door and tell Miss Paradise to leave my boyfriend alone. But by the time I got to the door, Adam was already out. His clothes looked crushed and rumpled up. So he was about to say something to me. So I said, Adam, you don't have to say anything to me. I saw everything that happened.
Okay, Ms. Sampson, let me take you back to a statement, to your evidence when you said that you were about to break down the door. Could you explain why you were about to break down the door?
Yes, ma'am. You know, prior to that day, I left with with the impression that Miss Paradise was a true believer because of how she was emphasizing about how God had transformed her life and all these things while we were at her store. But then when I saw her in that position, I couldn't believe it was the same Reverend sister committing such atrocity against my boyfriend.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson. Could you explain if anything happened thereafter?
So thereafter, Adam and we left Miss Paradise house. We both went to his mom's place. I spent some time there and that was it. Here I am today.
Okay, Ms. Sampson, please remain seated. My learned friends have some follow-up questions. My lord,
Okay, ma'am.
I now present the witness to be cross-examined by my learned friends.
Thank you. Ms. Doherty?
My lord. Miss Sampson. What time did you get to your mother's church that day?
So on that day in question, I woke up a little after
Sampson?
11. It's not
My
a yes or
question
no
is,
question, ma'am. I have
What
to.
time did you get to your mommy's church?
Her church. So I got there about
Objection,
just
my lord. Counsel at the beginning asked the witness, what time did she get to her mother's house? Now she's asking another question, so the witness need to be clear on what answer she wants.
Authority, which,
My lord, my question was, what time did Miss Sampson get to her mother's church that morning?
to her mother's church.
Yes.
Samson, you understand the question?
yes, I do.
You may answer it.
It's now clear. So I got there about 1:05. We were late.
How long did it take you to walk to your mother's church?
I didn't say I walked to my mother's church.
How did you get to your mother's church, Miss Sampson?
We went there by bus.
How long was that bus ride? About how long?
It took about 20 minutes or so.
And when you got to your mother's church at 1:05,
Yes.
you immediately left to go to Eve's church, correct?
Are you
Objection,
putting
my
words
lord.
in my mouth?
Objection, my lord.
Just-
My learned friend is putting words in the witness' mouth. The witness never stated that in her evidence.
Ms. Authority.
My lord,
Counsel is objecting to your question. She says you're putting words in the witness's mouth.
my lord, this is cross-examination. If the witness doesn't agree with your permission, of course, then she can state so.
Thank you. Yes, I'll permit the question. You may proceed.
Miss Sampson, after you left your mother's church at 1:05, you immediately went to Eve's church, correct?
I didn't say I left my mother's church at 1:05. I said I arrived there at 1:05. Please stop twisting what I said, counsel.
Miss Sampson, I apologize. Let me ask another question then. What time did you leave your mother's church?
So actually, I end up spending more time than I had intended to spend to be at my mother's church. So I left there maybe about 2:30. Yeah.
And you took that same bus, or you took a bus to go to Eve's church, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's how long would it take you to get to Eve's church? About how long did it take you, rather?
If my memory served me right, I waited a while for a bus. When I got to the church exactly, it took me maybe about half an hour or so. Yeah, half an hour to 35 minutes. Because what I can recall, I estimate I reached at Eve Church maybe about 3:05.
Miss Sampson, you are aware that Eve's church starts at 10 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And you're also aware that it ends at around 3 p.m.?
No, ma'am.
Miss Sampson, tell me something. Did you call, or rather, would you agree with me then that 3 p.m. it's late to be going to a church that starts at 10 a.m.?
No, ma'am. As a Pentecostal church, I wouldn't say that. No, Pentecostal church usually go on for hours.
Very well, but you would agree with me that from 10 to 3:05, it's around 5 hours, correct?
Yeah, roughly.
So then you'd also agree with me that you were late.
No.
Very well. Miss Sampson, did you call Adam to tell him you were going to be a little late?
I have a lot of respect for God's house. So for that reason, I don't take my cell phone to church.
So no, you didn't call him.
I didn't, because I didn't take my cell phone to church.
Miss Thompson, you left your house, rather, let me rephrase it. You left your house, you left your mommy's church at 2:30 p.m., correct? Did you, correct?
Ma'am, you'd asked me that question and the answer remained the same.
Very well. Did you, at your mommy's church, ask anyone to borrow their cell phone just to alert Adam that you were running a little bit late?
There was no need for that. After I was pointed in the direction where Miss Eve headed, I followed. So there was no need for me
Miss
to,
Thompson, before
to give a false alert.
I see. Earlier in your evidence, you stated that you saw some people walking up the road, correct? When you got to Eve's church.
Ma'am?
Objection, my lord. Again, my learned friend is putting words in the witness mouth.
Ms. Doherty, whereas you can put suggestions to the witness if you're asking questions based on the evidence, and you should state it accurately. Counsel is objecting that you're putting words in the witness's mouth other than what she had said. So if you're putting evidence back, then put it back accurately. If you're asking or making suggestions, that's a separate matter. That was a question as to what the witness had previously said, so it should be stated accurately. So the objection is sustained. May I ask
Much
a
obliged,
question?
my lord. Miss Sampson, when you got to Eve's church at 3:05, Adam wasn't there, correct?
That's why I asked where Miss Eve went.
Miss Sampson, my question is, when you got there at 3:05, Adam wasn't there.
No, ma'am.
At that point, did you see him?
No, ma'am. If he's not there, I can't see him.
Miss Sampson, you've never been to Eve's house apartment before, have you?
No, ma'am.
And according to you, the church members pointed you in a direction.
They gave me directions. You stopped me when I was trying to explain, counsel, what exactly
Miss Sampson,
transpired.
earlier you said the church members pointed you in
Yeah.
the direction of Eve's apartment.
And what that means is that they
Miss
told me
Sampson,
exactly
I
which
have been
place.
very respectful to you. I'm asking the questions. Please answer only the questions I am asking.
Yes, they pointed me exactly in the direction where Eve lives.
Very well, Miss Sampson. So what are the directions to Eve's apartment?
So they told me to just head straight up the road and I'll get to an apartment building number 1. Building number 1, apartment 10, Gethsemane Street. The number.
How many buildings were on that strip, Miss Sampson?
Ma'am, I wasn't interested in counting that.
But you'd agree with me that there was not just one building on that strip.
But there was one apartment with number 10.
Miss Sampson, I've asked a question and you have not.
I have answered.
No, you haven't. Would you agree with me, Miss
Objection, my
Sampson?
lord. Counsel is badgering the witness, engaging in an argument.
Ms. Doherty,
Yes, my lord.
we would have an argument with the witness. You may ask questions, but once the witness is answered, you can move on.
My lord, I asked the witness if there were multiple buildings on that street.
Ms. Sampson, you heard the question.
Ma'am.
To answer that, were there multiple buildings on the street?
I was not concerned with that at the time. I was concerned about getting that number 10 apartment, Gethsemane Street.
But you would agree with me that there are multiple buildings on that street.
I was not concerned about that. I was concerned about getting to Miss Eve to find out.
Very
which
well,
was
Miss
Adam.
Sampson. How long, according to you, did it take you to walk to Eve's apartment?
Hmm. Maybe about a couple of minutes.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
A couple of minutes.
A little bit more specific, please, Miss Sampson, if that's possible. 5, 10, 30?
Maybe about 5 minutes or so.
Were you running, Miss Sampson?
Pardon me?
Were you running?
I was dressed in my church attire, ma'am. I wouldn't be running.
And when you got to Eve's apartment, which you say was Eve's apartment, was the front door open?
No, ma'am.
Was any of the doors to any of the apartments open?
So once I rapped on the door,
Miss
no
Sampson?
one answered, so I moved
Sampson?
to the window and there
Miss Sampson?
no door was.
My lord, can you please direct the witness to answer the questions I'm asking?
Councillors, ask the questions as they are asked. Councillor asked about whether the door was open. Could you answer that question, please? Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Which door, council?
Were any of the doors to any of the apartment buildings that you passed to get to what you say is Eve's apartment, were they open?
I'm not sure that I passed to get to Miss Eve. I'm not sure about the question, council. It's not clear. Could you clarify for me, please?
In the complex, there are multiple apartments, correct?
I didn't pay attention to such details.
Very well. Miss Sampson, when you got to what you say was Eve's apartment, did you call out to Adam?
I rapped on the door.
You knocked on the door?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Earlier you said you were about to knock on the door.
Ma'am, you're twisting what I
Objection, my lord.
said.
Objection, my lord. Again, my learned friend is putting words in the witness' mouth.
Very well.
Thank
My
you.
lord, I'll withdraw that question. Miss Sampson. When you peeped through what you say was Eve's apartment window, what furniture did you see?
Council, are you looking for opinions today or facts? I didn't pay attention to furniture. I saw what caught my attention first was Miss Eve grabbing Adam aggressively and throwing him onto her bed. I didn't focus on anything of that nature.
Miss Sampson, now that you've answered your question, can you please answer mine?
What immediately caught my attention?
Miss Sampson,
Was
the
Miss
question I
Eve-
asked, do you want me to repeat it?
Objection, my lord. The witness has answered my learned friend's question. To the best of our ability, my
Explore
lord.
that a bit more.
Okay,
I permit the question. Yes,
okay,
Mr.
got it, my lord.
Miss Sampson, when you peeped through the window, what furniture did you see?
I saw straight in Miss Paradise's room.
Miss Sampson, is it that you're not understanding my question? Do you know what a furniture means?
Objection, my lord. The witness answered the question and is only given an account of what she saw. She constantly harping on a furniture, seeking to get a response that the witness already told her she saw straight through Miss Paradise's window.
Mr. Doherty? Ms. Sampson, council has asked whether you saw any furniture in the room. That is the question. Did you see any furniture in the room? If you did, could you indicate if you did or not?
No, and nothing was blocking me from seeing Miss Paradise. and Adam.
So you did not see any furniture in the room.
Objection, my lord, asked and answered.
The question as put to her, she said no. She answered by saying no.
Very well. Much obliged, my lord. Miss Sampson, what color was the room?
Counsel, I was not paying attention to those unnecessary details.
Miss
That was,
Sampson?
I didn't go there to get a description of Miss Paradise home. I went there to ask Miss Paradise if she saw my boyfriend. And I'd had no need to ask her because I saw what she was doing.
Miss Sampson, what was your boyfriend wearing that day?
My boyfriend, he was to be honest, he was wearing his church attire. To
Objection, my
say
lord.
exactly
Relevance.
what he was wearing, but I know it was church.
Sorry, councillors objected to the question of
Relevance.
relevance, on the basis of relevance.
Oh. My lord, pursuant to section 4 of the Evidence Act, this is not a fact and issue. We're dealing with an offense of indecent assault, so I don't know what the accused was wearing on that day, whether that has any bearings on the witness statement.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Boyer.
My lord.
Councillors objecting to your question on the basis of relevance.
My lord, this line of questioning goes towards her credibility. She said she saw her boyfriend come out of the apartment. I'm simply asking what she saw him wearing.
I permit the question. Thank you. Ms.
Much obliged,
Sampson,
my
do you call what your boyfriend is wearing?
Adam and I did not attend church together, so I didn't see Adam until I met at Miss Paradise home. But what I know he was wearing was a shirt that Miss Eve was grabbing on.
What color was that shirt?
If I'm to answer that
Object.
question, it would not be accurate.
Was it a long sleeve, a short sleeve? Could you say that at least?
Somewhere midway, yeah.
Somewhere mid, so
Yeah.
about here? Can you see me, Miss Sampson? Midway, about here?
Well, based on your item and his item might not be midway for him.
Can you show me on your hands then? About how? It doesn't matter, about how. So midway.
The same difference.
I see. Miss Sampson, you claim you heard Eve say, yes, please, correct?
In a giggling manner.
Objection, my lord. The witness in her evidence did not say, Mr. Miss Sampson said, not Miss Sampson, Miss Paradise said, yes, please. In her evidence, she said she heard, yes, yes, please.
My lord,
Yes, you, Ms. Doherty, you.
my lord, earlier, the witness in her testimony said Miss Paradise stated, yes, please.
Yes, I permit the question. That's my note.
Much
I'm
obliged,
sorry,
my lord.
counsel, no. My note is as counsel objected to, which is that it said, yes, yes, please. So if you're putting the evidence to the witness, then you could put it accurately, please. That's what she said.
I'm obliged, my lord. I'll rephrase the question. Earlier, you stated in your evidence, you heard Miss Paradise say, yes, yes, please. Is that correct?
And she was giggling, laughing.
So you heard her say, yes, yes, please,
In a giggling manner,
according to you. Yes or no?
according to what I heard.
Yes or no, Miss Sampson?
Objection, my lord.
So the-
Ask and answered.
Yes, the question's been asked and answered. Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Move on, please.
Much obliged, my lord. But you didn't hear a single word Adam stated.
But I saw he was resisting though. That was enough for me as a girlfriend.
But you didn't hear anything Adam stated.
Objection, my lord. Ask and answered.
My
I'll put the
lord-
question, but witness hasn't answered the question in terms. Ms. Sampson, counsel is asking whether you heard anything Adam said.
No,
You said you were angry. You said your blood was boiling
yes,
when you saw them.
yes.
Yet you didn't bang on the window at that time?
That's why I headed to the front door to break it down and tell Miss Paradise to leave my boyfriend alone.
Did you break it down to tell her?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to do that because Adam came out of the door immediately.
How long were you out there?
About a minute or so, ma'am.
And earlier you had described very vividly what you saw took place during that at that window.
Yeah, all of that was in a minute or so.
And you maintain that all that you stated was within a minute or so.
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. Miss Sampson, when Adam opened the door, at that point, your blood was still boiling, wasn't it?
Yes. I was upset.
Did you go inside to the apartment at this point to confront Eve, woman to woman?
I had nothing to confront Miss Paradise about. I knew who she was. She was just going to continue to lie. She's a liar.
Miss Sampson, we'll get to who is a liar. Delilah, just
Objection, my lord. My learned friend could save her comments for closing.
my lord, I'll withdraw.
Is it a question? Oh, you, this is wrong? Very well, thank you. You may proceed.
Delilah,
My name?
I put it to you that this story is coming straight from Adam, isn't it?
No.
You weren't at that church that morning, were you?
So are you saying I'm here to testify?
Miss
on things
Sampson,
that I don't know?
my question is, you weren't at that church that morning, were you? Yes or no?
Not in the morning, but after the service ended.
You weren't at that church any at all, were you, Miss Sampson?
If I was not there, I wouldn't have been able to get the directions to Miss Eve's house.
Miss Sampson, you weren't at that apartment, were you?
That is not true, ma'am.
Miss Sampson, you know why you aren't able to remember a lot of things today? It's because you were never at Eve's apartment, were you? Isn't that so?
Objection, my lord. Again, this line of questioning has been explored.
Ms. Artie, you had put to the witness the suggestion that she wasn't at the apartment. She denied that.
My lord obliged. Let's move on, Miss Thompson. You're still Adam's girlfriend, right?
Of course.
And he took care of you, didn't he?
And he did what? Did you
He
repeat that,
took
ma'am?
care of you.
No, not necessarily. I have my savings, even though I'm unemployed.
Oh, I see. But you'd agree with me that he buys you lashes and extensions, correct?
Occasionally.
So you'd now agree with me that he took care of you at least occasionally.
Lashes and extension, that's taken care of? Come on, counsel.
Miss Sampson, is that your response?
Yes,
my question?
counsel.
Yes or no?
Adam does not take care of me by buying lashes and
Yes
extension.
or no, Miss Sampson? Simple question. Yes or no?
My answer remained the same, no.
Miss Sampson, you lost your job because of this case, didn't you?
Objection, my lord. Relevance pursuant to Section 4 of the Evidence Act.
Yes. Ms. Artie, where are you going with this line of questioning?
My lord, this line of questioning also goes to the witness's credibility. With your leave, I will proceed with this line.
How does this go to her credibility, Ms. Artie?
Miss Sampson, my lord.
Sorry, how does it go to her credibility?
Credibility. My lord, it goes to show the reason she's making this all up. The reason she's here today testifying.
I'd give you a limited scope on this on this question. You may ask your next question.
Grateful, my lord. You were upset when you saw him in court when he was arrested, weren't you?
Like any girlfriend would.
It broke your heart, didn't it?
To see that we trusted someone who turned out to be a liar.
You said earlier, or rather, would you agree with me that you haven't given a statement to the police?
I didn't say that to you earlier, counsel.
I rephrased my question. I asked, would you agree with me that you didn't give a statement to the police? Yes or no?
No.
Miss Sampson, you wouldn't want to see your boyfriend going to jail for this, would you?
If he was guilty, hell yes.
Even if it means, my lord, with your leave, I will just ask for 5 more minutes to finish my line of questioning.
Very well. I'll give you 5 more minutes.
Grateful, my lord. You said, sorry, Miss Sampson, I'll repeat my last. I'm permitted. You wouldn't want to see your boyfriend go to jail for this, would you? Yes or no?
If he was guilty, I would want to see him go to jail. I would testify against him.
Miss Sampson, you cooked this story up, didn't you?
No, ma'am. Why would I do something like that?
I put it to you that you are willing to lie to protect your boyfriend, aren't you?
The only thing I'm willing to do is to tell the court the truth. And that's what I'm doing right now,
Miss
counsel.
Sampson, the truth is you were never at the apartment, were you?
That's incorrect.
The truth is, Miss Sampson, you could not have been at that church that day.
That's incorrect.
What is the truth, Miss Sampson, is that
Objection, my lord. Could my learned friend clarify whether she's making a commentary or she's putting forward her question before the witness? I'm not clear upon which she's doing at this time.
Boy, they sound like suggestions to me.
Okay. I'm guided, my lord.
You may proceed, Mr. Doherty.
obliged, my lord. Miss Sampson, I put it to you that the truth is you could not have been able to identify that exact apartment that day.
That
Each
is
apartment.
far from the truth, counsel.
Miss Sampson, I'm putting it to you that you're lying here today, aren't you?
That is not true.
Miss Sampson, or rather, Delilah, you and your boyfriend made this entire story up, didn't you?
That's incorrect.
My lord, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you.
Grateful, my lord.
Ms. Boyer?
My lord, no re-examination of the witness.
Thank you. You may step down. Well, is that the close of the case for the
My lord,
for the
the
defense?
has closed its case.
Thank you. Counsel would require a few minutes for addresses, or are we ready to proceed?
Yes, my lord, we will be grateful for that.
Very well. Adjourn for
My lord,
10 minutes. Sorry. Yes.
prosecutor asking for time. Not in charge. Maybe I heard him.
No, we going to take a 10-minute break. You objecting
I
to that?
did hear income. I apologize.
Okay, no. And just so, but counsel, just so that when we return, it is the council's understanding as to who'd be going first?
Yes, my lord.
Very well. And sorry, just to be very clear. And who would be going first?
Defense.
The defense would be going first. Very well. So we had Edom. Thank you. Take 10 minutes. Boya?
My lord, this is the continuation of the King versus Adam Eden. The appearances remain the same. The defense would now go into its closing.
You may proceed.
Much obliged, my lord. My lord, the defense would like to begin its closing by addressing the jury.
You may do so.
Much obliged. Good afternoon, Madam Forewoman and members of the jury. Thank you for your diligent attention throughout the course of this trial. You have heard both the prosecution and defense case regarding the alleged events that purportedly occurred on the 14th of January, 2024. I note that the prosecution did not remind you of the burden that rests upon them to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Mr. Eden, had committed the charge of indecent assault pursuant to Section 17 of the Sexual Offences Act. The standard of proof of the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt suggests that you must be satisfied, that you feel sure that Mr. Eden committed the charge of indecent assault. The defendant, Mr. Eden, is presumed innocent until proven guilty. He did not have to say anything. However, to prove his innocence, Mr. Eden took a stand, and he also brought a witness to corroborate the story, his evidence. Notwithstanding that you heard from Mr. Eden and the witness, the burden still lies with the prosecution to prove the elements of indecent assault as alleged occurred. The elements of indecent assault are: 1, an assault occurred; 2, the assault was indecent in nature; 3, the assault was committed without consent; and 4, the assault was committed on the complainant. It is the prosecution's case that Mr. Eden, without consent, on the 14th of January, 2024, entered Miss Paradise's bedroom and indecently assaulted her. But the defense has shown that Mr. Eden was the one who was indecently assaulted on the 14th of January, 2024. Now let's take a closer examination of the prosecution's case and how it was a miserable failure. On Thursday, the 11th of January, 2024, Ms. Paradise initiated a series of destructive actions toward Mr. Eden. The chain of events first began with Mr. Eden and his girlfriend going to Ms. Paradise's boutique to purchase weaves and lashes. Ms. Paradise remembered Mr. Eden from Checker Strip Club and how she worked at the bar and performed private dances for him for money, pretending to be transformed by God. She invited Mr. Eden and his girlfriend to her church, the Church of the Transformation of the Wretched Remnants. My God, what a name. On the 14th of January, 2024, Mr. Eden attended Miss Paradise's church, but his girlfriend did not. Being the gentleman that he is, Mr. Eden asked Miss Paradise to walk with her home, and she consented to him walking with her. Mr. Eden, believing the dark period in Miss Paradise's life as a stripper in Checkers was over, walked for about 20 minutes with her while they both conversed about God. Miss Paradise, not one moment was she threatened by Mr. Eden at Checker Strip Club, nor was she threatened by him on the 20-minute walk to her home. In fact, it was Miss Paradise's evidence on the stand where she admitted she did not fear Mr. Eden, and she communicated with him on numerous occasions at Checker Strip Club. However, Miss Paradise, in her evidence, stated that Mr. Eden was a stranger to her. Imagine that, Miss Forewoman and members of the jury. Miss Paradise, Mr. Eden to her was a stranger, but she allowed a stranger to use a restroom. We are far too familiar about the crime that is committed against women in 2025 to allow strangers into our personal space as a single woman. Was Miss Paradise really uncomfortable with Mr. Eden? Absolutely not. Miss Paradise was so comfortable with Mr. Eden that she allowed Mr. Eden not only to use her restroom, but to walk her at home. However, Miss Paradise's comfortability with Mr. Eden was clouded with deceit and manipulation. Her ultimate goal was to get Mr. Eden into her paradise and bite the apple. Believing in Miss Paradise's transformation from God, after leaving the restroom, Mr. Eden innocently bit the apple when Miss Paradise, one, called Mr. Eden into her bedroom and grabbed him by his shirt and pushed him on a bed. That did not finish there. Kissed and asked Mr. Eden if he remembered the good old days at the club. She got extremely excited when she was on top of Mr. Eden, attempting to perform a stripper move. She then took Mr. Eden's hand to rub her breast and vaginal area. Then she further said, take it easy. I could do the work. Mind you, this is the same Miss Paradise who attended church earlier that Sunday, but she proved to be the same old stripper who danced for money at Checkers. She invited Mr. Eden into her bedroom under the disguise of being transformed by God. My God, that leopard never changed her spots. Mr. Eden was disgusted with Miss Paradise's ungodly actions, and he told her that he would give her money to leave him alone. To that, she responded, yes, yes. When Mr. Eden finally got away from that untransformed predator, she asked him for the money and said, you can't just come and play and don't pay. He told her that people like her never changed their spots. After demanding money from Mr. Eden, who refused to give her it, she concocted a lie of being indecently assaulted. Mr. Forewoman and members of the jury, it is clear from the facts that the prosecution has miserably failed to establish that an indecent assault occurred and the assault against Miss Paradise was indecent in nature. How did this happen? Again, Miss Paradise talked about in her own evidence how her business was struggling. So what do you think she would reasonably do? Resort to the same old ways to hustle for money. Miss Paradise is playing the victim role today when the actual victim of a decent assault is Mr. Eden. Like Eve in the Garden of Eden, who tricked Adam to bite the apple, Miss Paradise tricked Mr. Eden by inviting him into a bedroom to seduce him for money. Miss Forewoman and members of the jury, you would have heard the evidence of Mr. Sampson and Mr. Eden, who took a stand. Particularly note that yet there was a discrepancy when the prosecution asked Miss Sampson, how long did it take her to arrive to Miss Paradise's house? She said 5 minutes. On the other hand, Mr. Eden said the walk was 20 minutes. Now, ladies, we know we're territorial. If we hear one little thing about our boyfriend, we're angry. It's normal. The last thing on our mind, members of the jury, is the time. Why? We are so consumed with our anger as females. And we cannot articulate the time or give a definite time for the arrival. Yet, Ms. Sampson was able to corroborate that Mr. Eden was the one who was indecently assaulted by Miss Paradise. You would have also heard the medical report stating that Miss Paradise sustained injuries to both of her wrists and to the pelvic area. However, there is no independent evidence before the court today that proves two things. One, the indecent assault occurred, and two, those injuries that Miss Paradise complained of occurred by Mr. Eden from the alleged indecent assault. Miss Paradise was seen by Dr. Walsh on the day she alleged that Mr. Eden indecently assaulted her. Dr. Walsh only recorded what Miss Paradise told him and what he saw on Miss Paradise. The medical report did not say when Miss Paradise received the injuries, how long she had those injuries, and how she received the injuries. As far as the defense knows, those injuries are old, and Mr. Eden did not inflict them on Miss Paradise. Miss Paradise's medical report also showed she was well dressed. If you recall, after the alleged event, she took a shower, tidied up herself. Then she went to the police. Does that sound like someone who was indecently assaulted? Absolutely not. Her depression stemmed from the failure to seduce Mr. Eden for money and her inability to financially sustain her starving business. If you recall, Miss Paradise showered and walked to the police station. And these acts were only done to concoct a lie because she was still hungry for Mr. Eden's money that she never got. Miss Forewoman and members of the jury, the only evidence that prosecution seeks to rely on to prove the alleged indecent assault and the injury sustained on Miss Paradise is Miss Paradise's words. We all know the old adage that a man's word is his bond. But my God, what Miss Paradise testimony proved today is that her words are her one leg to stand on. Miss Paradise purportedly sustained injuries did not come from Mr. Eden. Another fatal blow to the prosecution's case was a sloppy investigation conducted by the Royal Bahamas Police Force, particularly by Corporal Brown. My God. Corporal Brown proved to be an incompetent investigator by failing to, 1, take pictures of the alleged bruises of the indecent assault, 2, document the alleged bruises of the indecent assault by not visiting the scene of the alleged crime, 3, performed a proper confrontation during Mr. Eden's arrest at the police station, and 4, charging Mr. Eden right away by not allowing at least 48 hours to pass. Miss Paradise's action mirror a familiar Bible story that we all know too well, Potiphar's wife. Potiphar's wife, for those who don't know the story, desired Joseph, and on numerous occasions, she asked Joseph to sleep with her. But Joseph, respecting his master, refused to sleep with Potiphar's wife. One day when the house servants were gone, Potiphar's wife demanded that Joseph sleep with her. But Joseph escaped and left his robe in her hand. Humiliated, the vengeful, spiteful wife falsely claimed that Joseph raped her by presenting a torn cloth of her allegation. Similarly, Miss Paradise invited Mr. Eden into her bedroom and indecently assaulted him, and after he promised to give her money to let him go and did not get that money, she lied about what occurred. The prosecution stated that the defendant, Mr. Eden, was the wolf in sheep clothing. However, the evidence today shows that Miss Paradise was the wolf in sheep clothing. She had a calculated plan. The moment Mr. Eden let his guard down and entered her bedroom. You heard the complainant's first name is Eve. And throughout history and literature, Eve was the destruction of Adam. Do not mind the surname Paradise, which may suggest innocence. You have heard the evidence. So as judges of the facts, look at the motive and the circumstances of this case. Miss Paradise was in the business of destroying Mr. Eden from the day she encountered him on the 11th of January, 2024. But the destruction of Mr. Eden occurred when he bit the unforbidden apple on the 14th of January, 2024. Miss Forewoman and members of the jury, you were not in the Garden of Eden, but you are here today, the 13th of March, 2025, and you have the opportunity in this court today to save Adam from Eve's deceit and manipulation. Again, I remind you that the burden is on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Eden indecently assaulted Miss Paradise. And you would have listened to the evidence, and the defense maintains that the prosecution case was an utter failure because it failed to establish that Mr. Eden had committed the indecent assault as alleged. Members of the jury, it is very easy to get into this dock. All it takes is one allegation. An allegation, even if found not guilty, Mr. Eden would have to spend the rest of his life and after fighting for his innocence. Mr. Eden is an honorable man and has no previous conviction. You have heard the evidence of both the prosecution and defense, and therefore, I urge you to consider the facts and evidence and render a just and fair verdict of not guilty. Ms. Foreman and members of the jury, I thank you for your attention. Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. Order.
My lord. It so pleases you, my lord, I will now deliver my closing address for the prosecution to the jury.
You may do so.
Grateful, my lord. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Some people just don't know when to stop. What do I mean by this? You give them an inch, they take a mile. You offer them a seat at your table, they put their feet up on it. And members of the jury, in this case, Eve Paradise invited Adam into her home to use her bathroom, and he invited himself into her bedroom and indecently assaulted. Now, members of the jury, life is a journey, and every decision steers us towards a safe shore or the dangerous waters. Adam Eden set sail on a course that led him straight to Eve Paradise's apartment. But make no mistake, members of the jury, this was no accident. This was intentional. He navigated his way every step of the way, members of the jury. He took advantage of every opportunity that he got. He controlled the situation from the very beginning. But when it came to being held accountable, members of the jury, he abandoned ship. But today, members of the jury, there's nowhere left for him. We're here, members of the jury, to trace that voyage. Now, while we talk about this voyage, members of the jury, we're navigating the sea. I have 7 C's, like the letter of the alphabet, for you today. We will look at the choices that Adam Eden made that set this course. We will show you how he was captivated by Miss Paradise. We'll examine how he concealed his intentions, members of the jury. How he took calculated steps that got him into the apartment. We'll talk about the convenient story that he wants you to believe. we'll also uncover the collusion that was divulged today, man. And finally, we'll talk about the courage of Miss Paradise and how she sought justice for herself. Now, members of the jury, let us sail into the path that led Adam Eve until we reach, till I convince you what is the truth. But before I do this, members of the jury, the defense stated earlier in their opening that the elements of the offense of indecent assault, they say it had 2 elements. Then in their closing, they said it had 4 elements. But members of the jury, as it is my duty as a member of the prosecution, I will tell you how much elements the offense really has. It has 3 elements, members of the jury. And once we satisfy those elements, it is for you to decide where the truth lies, the matter, and make the elements of the offense, members of the jury, is that the accused, Mr. Eden in this case, intentionally assaulted the complainant, Eve Paradise. The second element, members of the jury, is that the accused, in assaulting her, did so in an indecent manner. And thirdly, that this indecent assault was intentional. And when I'm finished going through this, members of the jury, I'm fairly certain that you will see these elements have been. I will also take a moment to remind you of our duty as the prosecutor. It is to prove to you the facts, so it's established in your minds what is considered true and not true based on the evidence that we have presented. It's the same thing, members of the jury, as saying, as the defense put it, beyond a reasonable doubt. We're just putting it to you in simpler terms so you can understand. Once you are sure in your mind what facts are proven, what's true from what's not true, based on the evidence you heard in the witness box by the various persons, you then decide what is true and determine your verdict. Now, members of the jury, let me get back to my 7 C's. Mr. Eden made some particular choices, members of the jury, that got us here today. He chose, members of the jury, to go to church without his. He, ladies and gentlemen, chose to invite himself on that walk with Miss Paradise. And he chose, members of the jury, to ask to be invited into her home under the guise to use her bathroom. Members of the jury, none of these steps were Miss Paradise's. The defense said earlier, members of the jury, that she's a master manipulator. But how did she do this without starting any of this? She didn't choose for him to come to church. That was his choice. He could choose if he wanted to go. She was turning to leave, members of the jury, and he invited himself on the walk. That is not in dispute. He invited himself on that walk. And members of the jury, it's not in dispute as well that he was the one that asked to use the bathroom. These are all his choices, members of the jury. And that is what led him that day. But guess what, members of the jury? He took a step further and chose to enter Miss Paradise's bedroom uninvited. That was also his choice. Now, members of the jury, Adam Eden, when he saw Miss Paradise at the boutique, he remembered her face. But further than that, members of the jury, he remembered her from checkout. That's where he remembered her from at that time. He said to you, members of the jury, you heard the evidence yourself, that when they were at Checkers, they had several interactions. He was attracted to her. They had fun time. And almost 2 years later, members of the jury, he remembered those moments. But in that boutique, he chose not to say anything. He didn't ask her anything. A simple, remind me of your name. Why, members of the jury? The next C, the concealed tension. He did not want his girlfriend, members of the jury, at that time to ask any questions. No, members of the jury, your partner were to ask so. Do I remember you from somewhere? You'll be inquisitive as well. You're gonna ask them, oh, where you know this person from? Know them. But he didn't want any of that because he'd have to reveal all of that to her. Where he knew her from, what those interactions were. He didn't want that. And based on the type of girlfriend he has, members of it, they never want that. So he decided to conceal this intention, members of the jury. And then the next C, members of it. He took calculated steps to get where he. Now, members of the jury, I know you don't have calculators in front of you, but I'm sure you have a notepad. So let us add up these steps together to see where this calculation took him. When he went into the store, he had a casual conversation. He could have accepted the invitation, as any church person does. They invite you to church. I'm sure it has happened to you. Come church. But they don't expect you always to come. But it's part of their work. Get you to know the Lord. That she wanted. Well, I'm sure that time he could have not gone. But he accepted the invitation. For him and his girlfriend, that's what he did. That's what she offered. Invitation to both of them. What did he do? He came without her. And if you heard earlier, members of the jury, at one point, he said he wasn't going to come at all. He said, come at all, won't be there. But when I asked him a question, he said, she told me I was going to. So which was it, members? But to go further, members of the jury, he went and said she was going to come late. They had a conversation that she was going to be late. So he told her that, I'm going to be late. But as Miss Sampson told us, remember, Reverend as she told us that she doesn't walk with her phone when she's going into the house of the Lord. So how did he contact her? Or was she able to contact him to tell him? We'll get more into Lila a little. The next step in his calculation, members of the jury, is when she turned to walk, he invited himself on her walk, members of the jury. He didn't have to do that. He could have gone straight home. But he chose to go on that walk. And what he also didn't want to admit into the box, members of the jury, it was on that walk he reminded her where he knew her from. And he reminded her how special he used to be. So that shows that intention. He never said it directly, but it shows that his concealed intentions were there. The calculated step is still there. And the next step, members of the jury, is the one that must really. Now, as it is in human nature, members of the jury, in politeness, in our kindness, someone were to walk you home. They took the time to walk you home, reached your house, and then they said, before I leave, I have to use it. Now, wouldn't it be inhumanity that most persons would offer to use the bathroom to this person who was kind enough to walk you home? That is what he chose, members of it. It seemed innocent on the face of it, But beneath it was the calculated nature, concealed intention. That was one of the best ways to get into somebody. They can deny several other things, not use them. And these were the steps he punched into his calculations, members of the jury. But where the miscalculation came in, members of the jury, was when he went into that bedroom. He miscalculated her interest. And that is why he had to force himself on her and indecently assault her. He thought she was the person from Czech, but she was a change. And now, as I mentioned that, members of the jury, the defense wants you to think that she was the stripper when she was merely a bartender. They want you to think that a leopard never changes its spots, members of the jury. But can people change? So even if you remember them as something 2 years ago, can't they be different now? So even if you remember somebody as something they once were, that should not be how you treat them because of how you. My next one, members of the jury, is to talk about the convenience story. But I won't spend long here because, as you heard, it wasn't me, it was she. He would want to tell you. This attack lasted 1 minute, but he told you so many details that could it really have happened in a minute? According to him and his girlfriend, she pushed him on the bed, she went on top of him, she gyrated, she whined, she sing song, she hold him hand, him hold her hand, them roll, all of this. 1 minute, members of the jury. And also part of the convenience story, members of the jury, you saw him for yourself. Mr. Eden said he was 5'4". Now I am sure what 5'4" looked like, and it was not Mr. Eden. And I'm sure you too, members of the jury, know that. Why would he lie about his? Because he wanted to give you a convenient story, members of the jury, that you would buy. And I'm sure, members of the jury, that one won't be purchased. The next element, members of the jury, is the collusion. And boy, this one is the kicker for me. Lila Sams. Lila. She told you, members of the jury, you don't carry your phone to church. Her boyfriend told her he contacted her. She was going to be. Said that. That's one red flag. She got to the church late and she didn't see them. So she set off in a direction that they pointed and it got her to number 10, Gethsemane. She couldn't tell you the exact direction, but it got her there. Red flag. When she got there, members of the jury, she took 5 minutes. But you heard Miss Paradise and Mr. Eden tell you that that walk was about 20 minutes. And she got there in 5. My question is, members of the jury, who did she see in that apartment? Was she at the right apartment? Where was Miss Sampson at that time? Because it can't be the same place that they were at. You also heard, members of the jury, he said he had on a long sleeve shirt that day. And she remembered it has been made. She couldn't tell you any details of the place. He said it was white, he said it was. He couldn't tell you more. But she just remembered the rolling and the tugging. But if she got there late, members of the jury, and it happened in 1 minute, let's say she really was there, would she have caught everything that she saw that happened in that minute and she was late, well behind them? Think about that, members of the jury. That cannot be. And I have a phrase. The Lulu Delilah. She is delusional. She was never there. She is just colluding with her boyfriend about it. And the final C, members of the jury. Before I get into it, may I ask my Lord permission to complete my closing?
You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You need 5 more minutes? You may continue.
Thank you. The last C, members of the jury, is the courage of Eve Paradise. Now, Miss Paradise was indecently assaulted in her apartment, and you heard the details of her assault. She was held down, she was rubbed upon against her will. She was assaulted, rubbing. It was indecent. It was her chest area and her lower abdomen area. And he was intentional. He made us know that she told us what he said to her. He always remembered her. A long time in my watcher. He wants to convince that what. But what Miss Paradise said is the truth. And why, members of the jury? She reported it that same day. She took the courage to get herself together, walk the 10 minutes, and go to the police station. Now, the defense wants you to believe that a phone call is the only way you can contact the police. And you must do it right away. But members of the jury, people respond differently to things like this. And so she did. And they want to put in a place to ask you, members of the jury, why would she let a stranger into her home when she knows how the crime is? That sounds a little like victim blaming, isn't it, members of the jury? That, oh, she should know better as a single woman, when this man just offered her kindness to walk her home. They also spoke about comfort, that she was comfortable with him. So how could he have done that? So why would she come and meet? But members of the jury, kindness is not consent. Comfort, not consent. A woman's past should not be held against. She made the report, members. The medical report shows, as you'll read it, that there were injuries as a result. Indicative of those. Permission. Get just about a minute.
2 minutes.
Grateful.
You continue.
But members of the jury, my final point to you is that, as you see, we just charted through those 7 C's. If Mr. Eden was really assaulted, report, right? When a crime is committed against you, is your deed. Would you put your machismo, your macho-ness, because you're a man, above your freedom? I don't. That is why we say it never happened. Eve Paradise reported it. She took the courage. And yes, she took a shower. But is that wrong? Is that really wrong for her to want to clean up herself? Take that. Go on, mate. Members of the jury, let's be clear. This case is not about Eve Paradise's past. It's not about who she was 2 years ago, what she wore, where she worked. It's about what happened to her in that apartment on that day, January 14, 2024. As I said, kindness is not consent, members. Trust is not an invitation, and choices demand accountability. And I want you, members of the jury, to do today what Adam Eden did not do in that apartment, to listen to what Paradise. Deliver your verdict. Members of the jury, My Lord, honorable assistant. This ends my closing.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Madam Foreman and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to have a summation at this point. They seek to do so within 10 minutes. Madam Foreman and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard now all of the evidence in this matter consisting of the prosecution's 2 witnesses, inclusive of a submitted report from the doctor, Dr. Walsh. So 3 witnesses in total, the virtual complainant in this matter, the police officer, and Dr. Walsh's statement, medical report. You've also heard the case for the defense consisting of the defendant and his witness, his girlfriend, who testified. It's now your duty to consider the evidence in relation to this matter. In relation to this matter, I am the judge of the facts. You've heard that already. Of the law, you've heard that already, and you must accept directions on the law from me. You're the judges of the facts. You've heard that already. It is your decision as to it, but of the evidence, how much, if any, of the evidence you accept, and from the evidence which you have accepted, whether the prosecution has satisfied you so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person. Because it is the prosecution's burden of proof to prove to you that the defendant committed this offense. It's the prosecution's burden of proof which has to be proven to a certain standard. The standard of proof, and you've heard the standard being given to you as well, is that you must be satisfied so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person. Anything less than being satisfied so that you feel sure would result in the accused being entitled to be acquitted. You consider the evidence and you consider the law, the directions in the law that I will give to you, and determine whether, applying the law to the facts, the prosecution has discharged its burden of proof to the requisite standard of proof. Now, you've heard counsel for the prosecution and counsel for the defense. The defense first, in their closing addresses to you and in opening addresses as well, indicate to you their views of the facts. You're not obliged to accept those views unless you adopt them and make those findings of facts of your own. So in other words, you've heard what they say, you may hear what I say, you may accept, but you're not obliged to do so. Anything said by either prosecuting counsel or defense counsel, or indeed the court, in relation to the facts, as I've said, you are the judges of the facts. And so, what is the law in relation to this matter? The first point is that it is the prosecution's job, as I said, to satisfy you so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person. The accused person could have remained silent throughout this trial and said nothing, and if the prosecution's case failed to come up to standard, then you would have been obliged to discharge the defendant. In this case, indeed, the defense presented a defense, but they were not obliged to do so. They were entitled to remain silent and put the prosecution to the proof of their case. So, presumption of innocence, which the Constitution of this country and the laws of this land establish, which means that the defense need not prove their innocence. They are presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove their guilt. In relation to this matter, the charge under Section 17 of the Sexual Offences Act is that of indecent assault. And what Section 17(1)(a) of the Sexual Offences Act says is that any person who indecently assaults any other person is guilty of an offense and liable to a certain penalty. Now, interestingly, assault is not defined in the Sexual Offences Act, but it is defined in the Penal Code, and it is any touching or other interference with a person without the consent of that person. They give you the definition that's found in Penal Code. Section 19 just reads that assault includes battery and assaults, assault without actual battery, imprisonment or detention or compulsion, and every assault is unlawful unless it's justified on one of the grounds mentioned. And section 20 says that a person makes an assault and battery upon another person if, without the other person's consent and with the intention of causing harm, pain, fear, or annoyance to the other person, or of exciting him to anger, he forcibly touches the other person or causes any person, animal, or matter to touch him forcibly. So an indecent assault, for the purposes of section 17 of the Sexual Offences Act, is any touching without that other person's consent, indecently. An indecent assault is also not defined as to which portions of the body may be touched to make it an indecent assault. But if you accept the evidence of the virtual complainant in this matter, and it's a matter for you as to which you accept, then the manner in which you described, which she says was a touching of her breasts and her lower region, although she's imprecise in relation to where in her lower region she was touched, she doesn't say anything about her vaginal area being touched. It is only, interestingly, in the defense's case that the defendant says that he was forced to touch her in a vaginal region. She does not describe that. What she describes is his rubbing, the defendant rubbing his hands along her breasts. That would be capable, if you accept that evidence, and that it was done without her consent, of being an indecent assault for the purposes of the Sexual Offences Act. So that is the law, standard of proof, burden of proof, the definition, elements of the offense. The defendant, the evidence in relation to the matter, as I've indicated, comes from the virtual complainant and the police officer who would have attended the scene, attended the police station and taken a statement from the virtual complainant, and also collected the medical report which was exhibited, which medical report you would have with you. You would have heard the evidence of the virtual complainant. You heard it all today, and you heard the evidence of the police officer, and you would have the hospital form to take with you. The hospital form describes what it says are the findings of the doctor. There's some soreness around the wrists, also around the lower abdomen area close to the pelvic region, indicative of being forcibly restrained by the hands. That is what is said as to the findings of the doctor upon the examination of the virtual complainant when she was taken to the hospital by the police later on the day of the alleged event. That is the case for the prosecution. The defense's case in relation to this matter, I should say first, that if you accept the case for the prosecution, put it this way, if you do not accept the evidence of the prosecution, that is the end of the matter. Because it would mean that the prosecution would have failed to have satisfied you so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person. If after you consider the evidence of the defense have nothing to prove to you, but they have given evidence. The defendant has given evidence, he's called the witness in support of his case. If, based on anything which the defense says, even if you don't believe the defendant or his witness, but if based on anything which he says, you have any reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused person, then again, it would require that you acquit the accused person. It is only if you've rejected the case of the prosecution, of the defense, you've rejected the case of the defense, and accept the case for the prosecution, and that you are satisfied so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person, that you may convict the accused. In other words, even if you do not believe the defendant, but you have some reasonable doubt based on anything which he has said as to his guilt, then you're obliged to acquit him. It is only if you reject his evidence and that of his witness, his girlfriend, who described attending the location, the home of the virtual complainant, Ms. Paradise, and looking through the window and seeing her boyfriend being assaulted, seeing her boyfriend being thrown onto the bed, seeing her boyfriend having his hands forcibly being rubbed against the breast and genital, vaginal was the description used, area of the accused, of the virtual complainant. That is her evidence. If you reject that evidence and reject the evidence of the defendant, and on the evidence of the witnesses for the prosecution, you're still satisfied so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person, then you may acquit. You are obliged to acquit. Sorry, not confuse you. It is only if you've rejected the evidence of the defendant and his witness and are still satisfied so that you feel sure of the guilt of the accused person on the evidence of the witnesses or the prosecution, then you may convict the defendant. If you have any reasonable doubt based on anything said by the defendant or his witness, you're obliged to acquit. If you reject that evidence, but it's satisfied so that you feel sure on the evidence of the witnesses for the prosecution, that you may convict. Now, there's one final thing I would say to you in respect of the defendant's evidence, and it is because of something said by the defendant and by his counsel in a closing address to you, and that has to do with the character of the defendant. It is said, and there's no previous convictions. The witness is putting forward his good character. The defendant is putting forward his good character to say that he's not the sort of person who's likely to do this sort of thing because he's not done any such thing before. He's not been convicted of any such criminal offense. He's given evidence, and that good character consideration applies to your consideration of his evidence. So it is not in and of itself a defense, but having been raised by his assertion that he has never been convicted, as counsel had indicated to you, then you consider his good character when you consider his evidence and you consider the allegations against him. It is not in and of itself a defense, but it is something you consider when you consider whether what the defendant has said to you could be true based on the fact that he's not been previously convicted of any criminal offenses. With those very short directions, I would invite you to retire to consider your verdicts. Thank you. You may retire. Counsel, I won't ask in the circumstances whether there's anything I said which I should not have said, or whether there's anything I should not have said, which I have not said, which I should have said in the circumstances of this matter. Thank you. You may retire and consider your verdict. We got to adjourn for just a few minutes while the jury are out, and then we'll return and make some comments while we wait on the jury's verdict. In relation to, rather acknowledge in relation to the good character direction, it was something which in the normal course the court would engage with counsel on. But in the circumstances I determined, I would just give the good character direction in any event. And so that is not the way in which it would normally take place, but having not raised it with counsel I didn't wish to prolong the proceedings by raising the question of good character, but the defendant did allude to it, and counsel for the defense addressed the jury on it, and it wasn't challenged. And in those circumstances, I decided I would just give a very truncated good character direction, which would probably not survive a review in the Court of Appeal, but such as it is. Thank you. We're just going to retire for a few minutes and we'll return and give our comments while we wait on the jury. Thank you.
One, have you reached a verdict? Have you reached a unanimous verdict?
No.
No, on the charge of assault. On the
Yes.
charge.
That's it. Isn't it? Yeah. If you like. If it's not, you must not go back.
Given that you have not reached a unanimous verdict, how do you stand on the side?
Oh, I don't want.
Now, on the charge of indecent assault against Adam, yeah, contrary to section 117 of Sexual Offences Act, how do you find him defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you, Madam Forte. Adam Eden,
So happy for freedom.
Stephen, the jury found you not guilty and you are free to go. Thank you.
I like. That's humorous. I love it. This one. Look at my boyfriend.
Counsel, I know the hour is late, and so I'm going to be extremely brief. And then I'll let my colleagues, the assessors, make some comments. First comment, in moots, I'm sure it's always difficult to be the first person out of the box, the first person to have to examine a witness. And some people may say that I'm biased in this regard, but it's also been my view that the process of examining a witness, leading a witness without leading the witness, is also always a difficult and more tactical issue than cross-examination. So obviously leading questions are not in play in cross-examination, but you have to be, as prosecuting counsel or as leading a witness, because of course the defense does it as well. It's always more difficult. But I have always found these moot competitions to display from its participants a remarkably high level of advocacy. And so the verdict is one thing, and it was a 6-minute summation. Most of the law and all of those things were all mixed up in it. And so the verdict is one thing. The results, which we'll announce at the end, is another thing as well. But all of the advocates displayed technical advocacy skills. You are each to be commended in these competitions. And I think I said it to you when we spoke earlier this afternoon. In competitions, there's always a winner and a loser. And it only means that one person is successful and another is not. It's my view too, that in most cases, there'll always be that as well. But the reality is that the facts determine in many instances the outcome. It's skill of advocacy in, from what I've seen, 20 to 30% of the cases at most. But that's a large amount of cases that your ability as an advocate could have an impact on the outcome of a matter. And so it's an important skill. Continue to hone it. So whatever else is said today, know that each of you impressed me, some perhaps a little bit more than others, but each of you impressed me with your advocacy skills. It's not an easy exercise. Everybody, I think, understands that. Your tutors would understand that. You, having gone through the exercise, understand it even more keenly. So you are each to be commended for your performance today, taking these facts and making a case of it for the prosecution, making a case of it for the defense. Closing addresses, opening addresses, innovative, technical, and engaging, which is another important thing. If you lose your jury, you may lose your case. And I think each of the addresses were engaging, and the cross-examination and examination in chief was all engaging. So I commend each of you. I'll invite now my colleagues to have a few words to each of you. Ms. Knowles.
Good evening. I'm Sonia Knowles. What you've done here today is something that when I attended law school, bar school, I never did. So I never participated in a moot, and so this is a first for me. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. In terms of even just to see the way that you all were able to marshal the evidence as best as you could. Your knowledge of the Evidence Act, I thought, was very impressive. I think too, it was just a matter of when I started out, and I started as a prosecutor. At that time, my lord was senior prosecutor, the most knowledgeable when it came to the law. Justice Turner was the one who everyone went in order to get a case on any particular point. At that time, Mr. Johnson was a police officer in the office. And I do not regret ever starting out in Office of the Attorney General or DPP. Not everyone can start there, but I feel it's one place where you are going to truly learn to be the best advocate you can ever be. That isn't something that we are all going to be strong at, but I felt that I still feel that office gives you the best training because you're then taught to think on your feet no matter what comes up in the courtroom, because no experience in the courtroom is ever going to be the same from today, tomorrow, and on and on. And so I think that's one thing criminal law affords you the opportunity of, is always, and in criminal law, you always need to know burden of proof, standard of proof, the elements of the offense. You really need to focus on them, and then just breathe. Just breathe, just observe, and just learn as much as you can. But I think the greatest skill comes from the years of practice. doesn't happen overnight. It takes a whole lot of years of training and experience, life on the whole. But I thoroughly enjoyed it today, and thank you so much for having me here.
Mr. Johnson? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ewell Johnson. I'm a prosecutor at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. What I want to say is simply this, the goalpost between fiction and reality musters a different type of motivation. And I hope you all understand what I'm saying when I said that. This is a good exercise to flesh out your imperfections, but you need to start to work immediately on perfecting those imperfections. And that's the reality of this particular field. As Ms. Knowles indicated, I started in the Office of the Attorney General as a police officer. Mr. Turner was the Director of Public Prosecutions at that time. And he inspired me more than he'll ever know. I remember days that we would sit down, and even on a Friday, when the office was closed, we would sit down, and the only thing we would talk about is law. Not me personally, but that is what the social setting was about. We discussed the law. He discussed the law. He discussed what happened in court. And that's the only way that you will get it. I'll give you this small piece of advice. Even though your advocacy skills may seem a bit difficult at this particular time, the more you become knowledgeable of the law, the easier it gets. And always remember that once you're on your feet, it's your show. Like Ms. Noel said, breathe and take your time. The court is your audience. You're the star. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I didn't pay any of the assessors to say any of those things, and I'm slightly embarrassed that they did. I don't like to draw attention to myself. I just want to say one or two more things. Every case, every criminal case in particular, it's always about the facts. You have to read your statements, read your facts, and read the law, understand what the elements of the offense are. And all of your questions should be focused on teasing out those elements. If your prosecution, on undermining to the extent that is permissible, and as a defense attorney, you have the duty to point out weaknesses in the prosecution's case, any factual deficiencies. But you have to understand, what is it as prosecution you have to prove, as defense you not have to disprove, with the presumption of innocence. But if you sit there and remain silent, you may very well end up getting your client convicted of what it is that you, in terms of the evidence which is being presented, you have to show its weaknesses related to the elements of the offense which has been charged. So, understand your facts. There may be lines of inquiry which may be interesting, but if they have no relevance, as it is often said, I don't have to repeat it really, but let me say it anyhow, the first test of admissibility is relevance. If it's not relevant, it's not admissible. It makes no sense leading down a road, a path of some aspect of evidence which isn't going towards the proof of the elements of the offense or towards undermining those elements or creating reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury or in the minds of the judge. I know when you may have judge-alone trials, some of them in Jamaica now, we don't have those here yet. Whether you ever will is another question, but in the magistrate's court, you're before a judge, a magistrate who is the judge of facts and the law. And so always have that to the forefront of your mind. I'm going to get you out of here before 8 o'clock. And so we have consulted amongst ourselves of the overall impression. And as we understand, it is our responsibility to indicate who we considered to have been the successful participants in relation to the matter. And in this case, it has been the determination of the panel of assessors that, consistently with the jury's verdict, that the defense in this case were the successful parties. Let me be very clear that in speaking with the team that is from this law school, we indicated to that team that they could expect no home court advantage from their being present here. But it is the unanimous view of the panel that that was the successful team on this occasion. And so we thank you all for the participation. And we know that it's not finished. There's another moot tomorrow, and we wish those who you will be participating tomorrow all the very best. You know, you have more work to do for tonight to be prepared for tomorrow. So we'll try and wrap now. Thank you. I'm advised that we should indicate what the individual scores are, the cumulative individual scores in respect of each of the participants. And Mr. Doherty, in respect of yourself, we had scores of 53, 60, and 61. Mr. Baudeur, your scores were 62, 72, and 84. McPhee, scores were 63, 67, and 78. And Ms. Boyer, scores was 72, 68, 72, and 77.
Just before you leave, we just want to thank you, Justice Bernard Turner from the Court of Appeal, from taking time out of your busy schedule. We know that you're always a busy man, and so we appreciate your efforts, taking your time to come here and give us some of your knowledge, vast knowledge, I might add. And this is just a small token of our appreciation for you coming here today and this evening. Ms. Sonia Knowles, Mrs. Knowles, thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule. She's a very busy attorney, always in the courts, always working. And so we thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to come and partake some of your knowledge on us. And this is just a small token of our appreciation for you. Thank you so much. Mr. Hugh Johnson, thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule. This is a working prosecutor, always in court, always have a trial. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and partake some of your knowledge on us. And I'm sure we will all take something from each and every one of you. And so on behalf of Eugene Dupuche Law School for facilitating this Margaret Forte moot competition, we thank you for taking time today.
I don't know when to them going. Seriously, because of course she works at the courts and so on. So that team has been putting in tremendous work. I must thank my present today, and his colleague, and of course, Tony, he was added with us, and the others who are, and I don't know. So thank you, students, for coming out. Malad, thank you. Assessors, thank you so much. How was that fun? Mrs. Knowles, thank you, because you know these circumstances. Thank you so much for making it interesting today. And on behalf of EDLS, I thank you and good evening. All right. Yeah, all right. Nice try.